have faith. I'm gonna have faith that when I hit start recording, I'm not gonna run out of hard drive space in the 4 hours that we play. So
You're gonna run out.
Probably. I have like 60 gigabytes on the SSD I'm recording to, but videos are big, especially raw videos, and I don't really know how OBS records stuff. Anyway,
Poorly.
so I guess the two things we were just talking about how Gino, Eve's player, has quit for now and might like come back another arc or like after this politics arc. And the other thing is I'm not gonna stream today. I'm participating in like a Twitch blackout basically because Twitch's CEO is a little bit garbage and taking a pretty passive stance about some like exploitation happening on the Twitch platform. So we'll leave it there.
Why. I wonder why.
Good. Yeah. So yeah.
That's definitely not stopped a lot of people, but
it hasn't. There a lot of my friends are still streaming.
We could just say your friends have no principles, and that's fine. I'll say that.
You can say that I have the privilege of not doing this as a job, and so it doesn't affect my income to like protest, right?
I know there are some people that like there was one person I was watching earlier that they were saying they were going to participate in the blackout, but it was also they wanted to open up conversation about it and like why it's happening.
That's the other thing is a lot of the people I know are talking about it on their streams, which I feel like is more helpful than just not going online. But
what I actually have not heard anything about what's going on.
Let's see.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm sure I can spend 5
if I were
minutes
online. Yeah, there's a lot of it on Twitter. It's
like rarely on Twitter.
Sure. Basically, big streamers don't realize that like it's not a great idea. Sure. There is a lot of sexual misconduct among big streamers who like they don't get it. Don't understand their position in that like people like smaller streamers and smaller content creators are going to feel pressured about certain things. So
I'm really glad that like there's a lot of uncovering that's going on right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
And then you have a lot of people who are just really pissed about it because they wanted to be blissfully ignorant. And I'm happy to see those people just upset.
Right. A lot of people that are just mad that their favorite streamers, I feel like they don't get to adore their favorite streamers anymore because
they don't get to support, or they shouldn't support some business because of like who they back. Except that's people have been doing that anyway. Like Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I don't care how good the food is, guys.
There is one good sandwich. Chick-fil-A.
Mm-hmm.
And it is spicy chicken deluxe.
Yeah.
With tomato.
Yeah.
If you were not getting that sandwich, there is no reason to go to Chick-fil-A.
True.
They literally aren't open on Sundays for Jesus-related things, you know.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the flip side of, I don't know.
I'm just saying, usually Sundays are when I leave tournaments. The times I've tried to go to Chick-fil-A.
I see where your moral quandary actually is.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hashtag Chick-fil-A on Sundays, please.
Please.
Speak out.
Just have your atheist workers work on Sunday.
Yeah, they won't mind. All right.
Oh, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Actually, never mind. I'm just not going to do anything till after. We'll talk about it after.
Okay. You sure?
Is Nathan back yet?
Nothing came out. That's concerning. Can you guys hear any of the music? Did my sound break? What the? What the? Okay, hold on. I apologize to viewers of the VOD later. this has happened. It's a little weird. Okay, not that. Not that. Where's Discord? Okay, there it is. Quit Discord. Refresh the browser. That's okay. All right. Open Discord back up. There's the music. Wow. Wow. What a good start. What a good start.
Enraged about the comic industry.
I hit play on the music in Foundry, and my sound just died.
Oh, speaking of Foundry, do we have a admin key that we need to secretly put in off stream or something?
Restart, or like refresh that page really quick.
Oh, yeah. Just refresh, hard refresh.
Yeah.
Holy buckets.
You guys might have actually tried loading in while I went to go update stuff, which force closes the table, and I think I have to get out of the admin screen before anyone can get back in the table.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama today in the Smite community.
Oh, in the Smite community?
Oh my god, yes.
Uh-oh, what about? Oh, you're at 200% again, why? Sorry, go ahead.
As it turns out, people are rapists.
Oh god, okay.
What is people who have careers
why is
in
it
public?
so hard to not be a rapist?
Yeah, why do people who have careers in public entertainment think it's something they can get away with, or think it's
I'm gonna just maybe I shouldn't generalize about a very serious topic. I was gonna say narcissism.
I mean, that's probably part of it for sure.
Yeah.
And a lot of people got away with it for a long time. I mean, that's, it's a case of we've been good this far. What's different now? It's good that they're being held accountable at this point.
I wonder what esports community are all of this?
Is it players, streamers, the game devs?
Voice actors?
So,
apparently we're just getting real on this pre-show.
Hey y'all, I turned my chair around backwards and took off my hat, and I'm sitting down to talk with y'all.
Okay.
So in the Dota community, it was
Oh, yikes.
It was people in position. So I'll just say his name. So it was Grant, and he was harassing cosplayers and a few other people. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Fuck. What?
Yeah. What's wrong, Dylan?
I don't get it. I don't know. Obviously I don't get it. I don't think anyone gets it, but...
And it was also other casters, too.
Yeah.
Grant has always sort of a bully socially.
Okay.
I don't know. I think if you just saw him, you would be like, oh yeah. Yeah. It feels really bad.
It also really bothers me that people are not okay with it until it comes to someone that they look up to.
Right, someone they have to think about.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
there are so many people who support like Trump
Phew, let's.
who
Yeah.
who they
I didn't know we
obviously-
were talking about the cult.
Oh,
It all sort of is a cult, anyways, right?
no,
Like,
I was going to talk about the thing of how he like there are pictures proving he has been like
Yeah,
predatory towards young children.
he's undeniably a garbage human being.
Yeah, but no, you know, people think it's okay because
But, yeah.
he's a good president or whatever.
He's gonna put on conservative judges, and that's the greater good.
Right, it's all about the fandom, you know. Same sort of thing as I like this person's art or stories or streams or politics. And then you can ignore a lot of bad stuff if you're
Yeah.
like, they're part of my group, they get it.
Yeah. Since this actually applies to role playing in some sort, Dylan, did you see or hear? I'm sure you did hear about the whole thing.
I'm familiar with the thing with Adam
Yeah.
that happened on stream, and I'm familiar with.
No, I was just gonna ask like what your opinion of
Oh,
that was.
I watched the scene, and I think he fucked up tragically, like
Yeah.
horrendously.
Mhm.
I do think he also misunderstood, like, where the player was at, because
Mhm.
like I don't know.
Yeah, see, I had no idea what happened until I saw like the thing that Elspeth put out.
Yeah.
I was like, what happened?
Yeah.
That's not cool either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone happens to be flirting with one of your NPCs and you're a GM, it's probably not the green light all the way to the end.
I don't know.
That's what I'm gonna.
Yeah, there's definitely some that yeah, I'm a little surprised with how much he likes safety tools, and I know he's put out statements of just like I'm surprised he took it there. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
unfamiliar with where he went in other things, like maybe that's a known aspect of the table, like a topic they wanted to look in some of his other games, and they were okay with it. I don't know, but that I appreciate that we don't go that direction in these games. That would
Yeah.
definitely not be one that I'm super comfortable with, or
It's not
even a little
somewhere-
bit comfortable with.
It's not somewhere I'm gonna go.
Phew.
Like, even if I, for whatever reason, thought the player was consenting to that kind of scene, probably that would need to be a very specific kind of table, and not on a stream.
Yeah, yeah.
It would be very premeditated on everyone's part. Like,
Yeah, everyone has to know that that is an aspect of it ahead of time.
yeah,
And then obviously treat it respectfully, which I think was a big part of it, is that it was
Yeah.
treated more as a joke than as a despicable act.
right. Well, and
Yeah.
I don't think he thought it was like the way he talked about it immediately after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, he was very
He-
convinced that it was like a good, like positive, like cute thing, and no.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He's usually really, really seemed cognizant of kind of how that would look. It's surprising
Yeah.
that kind of got past him, and he thought that was a good idea, even a little.
Yeah,
I watched.
agree.
I watched the post like thing too, where it was him and JP talking about it,
Mhm.
and his apology was kind of the whole, "Hey, go apologize to this person," type of apology.
I should go like watch that again after I've now that I've like watched the scene, I went about this all out of order, but
Yeah, it seemed he was apologizing out of being told it was something wrong, and not out of being like thinking that it actually was wrong.
Yeah, his latest apology kind of had, unfortunately, some of those same undertones of
yeah,
his, like, he was blaming a lot of his streaming schedule, I think, and how much it overwhelmed him.
well, and
Uh,
I think
yeah, I don't
that
know.
he felt he had already apologized, and thus the latest thing was about I'm not streaming anymore, and
Right.
so the apology was repeated but late and like lower key than a lot of people probably would have liked, because I think a lot of people were waiting for like the real full apology.
Yeah. And I know he talked about it off stream with his group and everything, which I assume had
Yeah.
some further actions and stuff. So there's obviously elements we won't know about. But
Yeah, and I also think it's yeah. There's an aspect of like he got it's his fault for not like making the full statement sooner, but
Yeah.
got like pure constant hate for like 2 months after the incident, like basically equating him to like a sexual predator and like death threats and all sorts of stuff. And like,
yeah, that there, yeah,
I
yeah,
would-
that doesn't help.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know how one would emotionally process that to then like. I'm not
Well,
surprised
I mean, and
that
you know,
the
going back, it would just be that
yeah,
continuing. It wouldn't
Right.
stop, which would be rough.
yeah. I'm not surprised that like his latest statement didn't take the tone people would have liked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I was curious how you felt on that, so because I had no idea what had happened. Like I was not following that series
Yeah.
at all.
Well,
I think you and I watched the first couple episodes or something when you were here one time.
of yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that show's always I don't know. It's like a show that was about classism and exploitation, so I feel like it always had this kind of weird feeling. I liked how real the role playing was early on in some of the episodes, but then like it always kind of had this feeling that put me on edge.
Yeah.
Harvard Runner was a much more real show than a lot of people would have liked, I think.
Yeah. Which
Was that the one that it was?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what the name was off the top of my head.
Yeah. I would say I agree, Moto.
Honestly, I had forgotten about all this like Adam Cole stuff.
Yeah.
There's been a lot going on in the world, it turns
Yeah.
out.
I've had to just like figure out that like if there's people who I have bad feelings about, there's probably a reason for it, you know?
Yeah. It's good to trust your gut sometimes. And it's like it's kind of weird cuz I don't know. I have weird feelings about it because I'm like really disappointed in him and like feel like I generally like learned a lot watching his office hours stuff, or like the relationship advice version, Hot for Teacher, and like to have someone be a positive influence and then like fuck up that badly, like it sucks. feels really weird in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a something that's definitely going around is a lot of the role models or people to aspire to. I think there's a little bit of like coming down to earth for a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's. I think that's a good way to put it. It sucks.
Yeah.
Like it sucks. Their actions are real bad, and it sucks like coming in after it because it's tough to go back and appreciate what they had made.
Yeah. I was in the middle of watching Court of Swords when it all kind of went down, and now I'm not I don't know. Not like sure
I don't
about
I don't
continuing.
know the that is a tough debate of the art versus artist variety, right?
Yeah. And again, like I don't know. I think he colossally fucked up more than like I think he made a bad decision in what he considers like an artistic medium, and again, like didn't understand where the other player was at. I think like his intent was not exactly to roleplay sexual assault. So in that respect, I don't really think Adam's a garbage human being. I think the way he handled it after the fact is more garbage, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think not having the perspective it's rough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I wish they'd been able to have a good way to get the apology out, address it potentially with the player, but that's a tough one too. I think the player's reaction was very fair. Of a lot of those games with the tougher themes, it's a big amount of trust you're putting in the GM and other players, and if another player or the GM breaks that trust, that's tough to get back.
Yeah, and you shouldn't need like the X card when all 4 of your players look horrified.
Like, yeah, that was another thing. Like, I went back and I watched the scene, and everyone was visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And like,
so I don't know what the like. I don't
you could
know.
hear audible remarks too from like certain people. Like, really? Like.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing too for these games of it is okay for other players to shut things down.
Yeah.
Is like that as well as it's the GM's like primary thing of pay attention to everybody, but I think the other players need to too and break in, because we've had like I have another game where we'll have a player that'll say something and it's probably he's just not exactly the most eloquent fella, and he's saying something that sounds really bad, and it's okay to be like, no, you do not say that, you do not do that, that is not the game we're running, like let's stop for a second, say why we're not doing that, and then continue.
Yep.
I think it would have, like, the entire scenario would have been better if he genuinely admitted that he was wrong.
Yeah.
He, like, it's different if you do something wrong, like, kind of unknowingly or just in the moment unknowingly, and then you, like, understand that, wow, that was a mistake, and, like, you're actually upset and, like, sorry about it, than just being sorry out of, like, it affecting your career.
And like I said, I checked out all of the apology stuff. I didn't think that the scene was up because I was like, why would they keep it up? But it was.
I wondered that too. So
I paid attention to all of the apology stuff when I was in a sympathetic angle, and now that I've like seen it and I have that feeling of disappointment, I should go back and review. It's take that temperature again.
Yeah, that is a tough one that I've never quite figured out, is the when something like that happens, how do you get a good apology across?
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of, I think it's tough, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
One
Basically,
thing-
you
one
just
thing
drop you like drop your ego and you don't make it about you, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't think that happened, really.
Yeah.
To some degree, the more words you put in it beyond like, I fucked up, I'm sorry, is like,
Mhm.
so if you're gonna put more words than that, they better be careful. And I
Don't think that bar was met necessarily.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be I'm sorry and then justification for what you did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, even in the slightest bit.
I understand trying to explain yourself, but like,
Mhm.
I don't know.
But your explanation shouldn't be along the lines of like trying to. I don't know. It should be explanation as to why it was wrong and why you're sorry, not explanation of like why you thought it was okay.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Interpersonally, I think it's important to get across where you were coming from when you, like, I don't know. I guess it depends. I've never been in this particular situation where I've like horrendously hurt someone. Usually it's relatively small misunderstandings in comparison. But like, I don't know. When yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard to speak on that. If yeah.
And I think that it's also really interesting, right? Like you see these people who have these relationships with these other like, people who have victimized them in a way, and these people like do these misunderstandings happen? Like, so if this was assuming it, like maybe this was just like some weird misunderstanding, like do these misunderstandings happen in closer friend groups? Or do you think like do you think like these shows that are on Twitch, which are probably a little more professional,
Yeah.
right? Like,
I think it's kind of a similar situation. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go.
Similar situation to some of the other stuff we were talking about, where like, to some degree, when you're on a big stream show and people are having contracts to come on, and you know money is involved and stuff, I think it can be easy to go like, well, they'd speak up if they were feeling bad about this or if something was wrong. But like, if you're being kind of paid as an actor, like that, it might not necessarily feel that simple to everyone, to like the players coming on and being guests. And I think it can be easier for these misunderstandings to happen because not everyone is necessarily in a place of comfort when there's a contract with money involved.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
As opposed to like, if somehow I started a scene like that, it would be pretty quick for you guys to be like, what the fuck? Stop that. What are you
Yeah.
So like being I don't know.
I feel like we're also very, very clear about the direction of how we would take scenes like that, right?
Sure.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
and
Especially for this game, I feel like it also wouldn't fit.
Yeah. Well,
At least for us. Like,
as someone who's streamed games with Gino before,
oh well, no, okay. Like,
sometimes shit happens.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like, he's the one who would.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's the one who would do that. I'm saying.
Right. Right. We're not saying Gino is
Right.
out of
His
character.
comfort level is
Yeah.
Yeah.
he has a higher tolerance for that kind of thing.
At the same time, I know that having been in that situation, all of the players we've played with, and we're pretty fast to be like, all right, and we fade to black.
Yeah.
So.
Another kind of side thing about situations like that, it also sucks that right now you have people trying to go out of their way to catch people on very like on slip ups that can out of context be seen as huge issues. I've seen people who they clip streams.
Oh yeah, out
And
of
it's
context stream clips are.
Yeah, and it's like this
Garbage.
huge thing. Like
You'll see it, like I'm a mod in several, and you'll see it where like people ask streamers to say certain weird phrases or like certain things in a different language, or ask them to like watch a video, and then you click on it and it's like very TOS. Like they're just trying to bait it so that they can go and then report it. Like it's pretty garbage.
Yeah. But no, I saw this clip of
So if anybody has ever felt victimized by one of my clips, feel free to delete it.
Crabs have two legs, by the way.
but no, there was a clip of a fighting game streamer watching some videos of like protests and like riots and stuff, and he was laughing at a comment of one of the
and someone tried to be like he was laughing at the video.
Like it was pretty much I think it was like a police brutality video. Someone had just been like shot at or something like that. Like one of the protesters or rioters had been shot at by police officers. And he was laughing at a comment that someone made in chat.
Right.
Like pertaining to something earlier in the video. And people clipped him laughing at that scene.
But, like, the thing is like there's chat in the Twitch clip. Normally.
Yeah, but
open the Twitch clip link.
But if he was just generally laughing while this part of the video was going on, and like the chat was going quick, you couldn't really tell what he was laughing about.
Yeah, that would be difficult for me. Twitch chat is impossible for me to follow when it's a popular thing. It'll be well gone by the time I see it.
Right.
And I mean, in the clip, he even kind of like read under his voice like the comment that he was laughing at, and they had just clipped it so that you didn't hear that.
That's shitty. Very shitty. Also, I picked I put on Chocobo theme for this. It was a bad choice. Like I'm gonna get a cease and desist from like Square. Like I don't know.
Chocobos are not meant for serious talks.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm excited to throw together a playlist for my game. It's just gonna be a bunch of jazz.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm done with that.
It's just gonna all be big band theme, right? Like it's just big band playing whatever song.
Yeah.
What's really funny is actually like this is kind of a spoiler, but also not really. There is a character that is like very similar to Big Band.
I'm gonna take some Matt Colville advice. Take what you like and put it into your game.
I was like, that could fit. The city is pretty much jazz, cybernetics, and so I'm probably gonna try and pull like Skullgirls music because that's all really jazzy. Probably find some Persona music because I'm pretty sure that's kind of jazzy and very
Yo, if we have to fight things, a combat song could be Moonhooch.
Yeah. I will have to...
Every level up, it's the We Are Number One cover by Big Band.
These are all memes that I just don't understand, and you're making me feel very old right now.
I'm sorry. No, Moonhooch isn't a meme. Moonhooch is just fucking the most aggressive saxophone you've ever heard in your life.
Oh, damn.
And
let me just...
Big Band,
I'm probably not going to get...
Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, I just turned it on so I could actually hear the music. Yeah, this is a weird background.
It sure is. I haven't been sure what to change it to, so I just left it. But we are going to play.
It's an actual play Pathfinder game.
Is it?
But no, what I was gonna say is Big Ben is the character in Skullgirls.
Also, turn down the music bot. This is your warning.
Oh no.
If it's not already turned down. Although they got better, they got it so it's not the exponential. They put it on a linear curve now, so that's nice.
Wait,
But-
I've turned it down.
Anyway, I'm just gonna try and throw it there quick. Big Ben is the character in Skullgirls
Yes.
that you can like play songs, like legitimate trumpet songs, using
With
his-
the character?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
He has a trumpet move.
That's pretty awesome.
And yeah, Boonhooch is just like a double saxophone plus drums band, and it's amazing.
And doesn't he play with a traffic cone?
Yeah, to get that real growl, sometimes he plays with the traffic cone in the end of the saxophone. And yeah, I love
That's a
Boonhooch a lot. Say again.
Good trick.
Yeah, yeah. This wasn't the best I could have picked to show off the growl, but anyway, this is Moonhooch. I'll close it in a sec. Are we settled on the topics of the day? Are we good to?
Yeah, I think so. Do we want to maybe take this as a time to talk about where we want to see this to go? Or
Sure.
do we want to try and finish this, like... This is going to be a hard transition no matter what we do into actual gameplay. So do we want to talk about if Grant does not return for a bit, what this looks like?
Yeah, I think yeah. My thoughts are I've got other people who would be interested to play. If you guys have people who are interested to play, that's cool too. If anyone has any ideas, anyone to be excited to bring in, maybe I talk to Sam. That would be weird, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I have a pal that I play D&D with. He might be interested in. He's pretty
Okay.
he's pretty adept at these type of games.
Okay. I think my friend Dallas is. I think he's got like dibs on at least like a guest arc or something.
Oh heck yeah.
And yeah, if he doesn't mind like hopping in here, he's a little aware of where the story's at. His stipulation is no spider ghouls, so I don't know how that's gonna affect the
Ooh.
rot arc. That might be a deal breaker for Nathan. Maybe we bring him in later.
I'm sorry, it's all rot ghouls all the time.
Yeah.
Also, there are rot ghoul spiders too. So
The
I'm sure-
spiders is what I meant. Sorry, the rot spider ghoul things in particular.
No,
The-
unfortunately, that's our next arc. So
He helped me create them, and then he was like, "By the way, it's a big hard no for me." It's just
You
like, I
brought this
know.
into the world.
Yeah.
It's too bad. That's
It's
what
like-
I'm hearing.
I just know this is what I would maximally hate, so here you go. Anyway, well, let's see.
This next art, aren't we
Uh-huh.
leaving Ludwig and Soulless, or is it going to be like the?
So I guess that's part of the question, and maybe I don't super feel like everyone is fully equipped to answer that yet. Although it does sound like Moto really likes his next character.
I have so many concepts, and honestly, we're so close to APG.
Yeah, it is quite close. Advanced Player's Guide comes out like middle of July, and by the way, someone get me in a Pathfinder game so I can play an Oracle, please.
Look, I'm trying.
I
Trying
can't-
so hard. I need to find a way to make big monster battles interesting.
Oh yeah. Well, borrow steal stuff from 5th edition is what I'd say.
I don't know if 5th edition has a lot of stuff. Like, 5th edition is not super well equipped for things you're not supposed to kill, right? Like,
Okay. Oh, you mean like okay. So like big monsters in particular, not like boss monsters exactly, but like
actually
behemoth.
literally big monsters.
Yeah, like, okay, okay,
Like
that is hard.
trucks.
Yeah, well, probably like yeah, there is that. Yes, I think Moto might mean like the aircraft carrier size, like target size.
Shadow of the Colossus type
Yeah.
stuff, huh?
Right. Not to put words in his mouth. That's just my feeling.
No spoilers. This is supposed to. I'm supposed to be starting dev streams soon, so
Ooh. Oh, now you're gonna have streams I can't watch.
well, I'm gonna be having like system development streams and then map making streams and stuff like that. So this is
Yeah.
all like all pre-systematic, like pre-story things that I'm going to be doing on stream.
Okay. Got you.
What is this song? It sounds really familiar.
Kirby Frozen Hillside, specifically a cover by Lily Pichu.
Okay.
So that discussion got off track really fast.
Yeah, immediately. No, I mean, that's fair. Do we want to maybe then, if we're looking at having some new folks, do we want to kind of treat it as a separate group? I hate to do that because I like Sonus so much. And it's not like Sonus couldn't come along with or do
I could
be
be
the
the
leader. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
I could do
Well,
that,
and
or I'm open to making a new character. I have a character idea, especially if we allow Shunies in the world.
I kind of maximally like. I want to give Gino every chance to rejoin.
Yeah.
I think there's more chance that he does than Sam.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to get him to talk. He has not responded much to me yet. I think he has. I don't know. I think he's busy, has stuff going on. He also just doesn't check Discord much, so I'll like text him and be like, "Hey, can we hop on and chat about this sometime?" And see where he's actually at. Like, you know,
Yeah, no, I think that makes complete sense.
I have presence of mind to be aware that he might have just been like softening it for me. And so I will try to like encourage him not to and to give me the straight business. So.
Because he would want to play Eve, is kind of what you're thinking again, right?
Maybe? I'm not sure. That's kind of what I have to figure out. And I don't know. Like there's some stuff. If I'm just gonna I don't know if I can I don't know. It
It's tough to say more without revealing stuff, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. It's just there's like a lot of ways it could go. If Eden is chilled out, like I talked yesterday about the side effects, and talked to you guys about it, of having like a council that is maybe too friendly to the previous emperor, and like how low drama that is and everything. The nice benefit, I guess, is that like you don't necessarily have to be around all the time to like keep an eye on them, since they're not all actually shitbags. My bad.
No, good.
So like, if you guys wanted to keep being like, if you wanted to keep playing Ludwig and Solus, that would probably be reasonable. If you wanted to revisit them later, that would also be reasonable. So I'm not sure.
I think that the thing is I think that like Solus would definitely be like really active in actual Eden.
Yeah.
Like he would never be an emperor who is like, okay, like I'm gonna send my soldiers to fight.
Yeah.
Solus would never do that. Like that's not what Solus would have done in any of the situations where.
Yeah. So I'm curious.
Where that has really been an option for him.
Right. I'm curious if that means he would be very active in the city, or if it means he would take kind of this more Adam-like route of there's something going down in the rot, I'm just gonna go there and check it out myself, because I'm, you know, probably a little more capable than X number of soldiers.
I mean, once again, we haven't necessarily gotten to the point where that's actually a decision that needs to be made yet.
Yeah. And, I don't know. I have, like, more stuff, I guess. Like, I see where this can go. I'm not done with the campaign if you guys want to keep doing it. If you wanted to do a restart, that would be fine. And it could even be, like, more in the same world and it's just a different angle or even the same angle. And
I love this world.
just... I'm a big fan.
Yeah,
Don't
same.
feel like I've seen everything that this world has to offer, so I'm not done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why I would like to do a side story almost sort of thing with like, hey, here's some of the new people that are hanging out with Sonus or something, right? Of, okay, I'm still getting the world, but it's a different kind of action, right? Like, we've kind of transitioned a little bit towards, well, we're the Emperor and Ludwig's like researching diplomacy. That doesn't make for adventure necessarily. It's interesting to some people, but not to everybody. So I think it would be kind of neat to do this is a like kick-ass take names party going out into the world, and that like to pick a fight with dead gods or the rot or whatever.
Or it could be a missions trip to try and spread
Ooh.
Sonus's name.
Uh-huh. True.
I don't think we've talked about my character concept, Connor, but that would be very there's reasons that would be very interesting for my character.
Yeah, I don't think you've said anything about it, like who they are to me. So
Yeah, that would be pretty great.
I'm suddenly realizing how many like the barriers I've put in place to updating this map, by the way. Just in terms of like the key? Very random, but like all of these labels are from Roll20 because Foundry doesn't have hex labels. So I don't know. Anyway, sorry to randomly bring that up. Just thinking about expanding it outside of this, I'm like starting to slowly plan ahead, and then I'm like, wait. It might be really hard to extend the edge of these maps.
Well, you're on the topic of a map. Quick question.
Mhm.
Should I set up a map or something for mine? Or what should I do?
I don't think it's super necessary. Like, whatever you want to do.
It's mostly about what helps you to organize your world. Like, if
Yeah.
you...
Like,
If
presumably...
you don't really
Sorry.
need like a map with migration patterns, for example,
Yeah,
you might not need a map at all.
right.
Like, if your game is just taking place in like a couple of cities and like your world has a very reliable system for transportation to get between 2 or 3 different cities, like then you probably don't need a map for like the outer world.
Yeah, it might be helpful to have like a list of locations,
was
especially
just-
if it's investigative, but
I was gonna say exactly
that's
that.
easy. Yeah.
Like, the kind of noir game you're setting up is gonna be way more point to point. There's not really gonna be overland travel. We don't really need to know whether oh shoot, what's his name? Shit, I forgot my own memes. It's fine. No one here is even gonna understand the memes.
Not my own memes.
Yeah, well, like the references. I've had some continuing references for like Mike in particular, and Ethan and Gino, but it's fine. You're not gonna need to know where Joe's bar is in relation to like Jack's machine shop necessarily.
Right.
Okay.
Unless you do.
Right. Sometimes you do, and then you can figure that out
Right.
when you need to know. But
I still need to figure out like a system of writing things down that works for me,
yeah,
and
I
how to approach like actually making everything.
strongly recommend that you start with just spreadsheets. and you like format it in whatever way is helpful to you, and then you like switch to something else when it's apparent it's more convenient.
Okay. I wish you had an example spreadsheet you could show me.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to anonymize them a little bit, but
We've seen some of Dylan's spreadsheets. Personally, I don't recommend following his instruction there.
wait, what?
I don't know. Sometimes, like, the thing is, like, one form of note taking is not necessarily always going to be helpful for the other, right? Like,
Yeah.
you really have to identify.
And if anyone
What
has any resources
form of
that they
note-taking?
recommend.
Yes. I think for GMing it's very helpful to have, like, I find spreadsheets helpful because it's just like, here's the key information I'm gonna type down for everyone. Like, you know, yeah.
I guess
to
I
offer
guess
the
thing
alternative.
is, what's really weird is that you take notes as like a math and like science guy, and I
Okay.
take notes as an English student.
Well, I take notes as a list of attributes because, like, I don't know, you know, it's very object oriented.
What if I didn't care for either subject?
um,
Oh
then
boy.
you gotta figure it out. I don't know,
I'll
Yeah.
just jot down notes on maps.
but you know,
If it helps, my technique is that I open Notepad++,
mhm,
and then I type down stuff,
yeah,
and that's the method. Like, that's all I do.
yeah.
Like,
I-
it doesn't have to be something crazy necessarily.
Also true.
Yeah.
It's just helpful for me to visualize NPCs as like a name, a description, and then like some wants,
Yes.
some failures, and just to like block those out in columns and be like, I need this for everyone, unless I don't, which I will decide on the fly. Like, I don't always. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't always show up in the spreadsheet right away, but
Yeah. Okay. I'm not trying. Sorry, I'm not trying to make this about my thing.
And why is it always about your thing, Connor? Jeez.
Look, I had
You
a
had
real
a
bad
whole-
headache last night, and I didn't
Yeah.
get to do a ton of prep, so like,
You had to do a ton of prep.
I didn't do
I
any
mean,
prep.
I loved your stream. I loved your prep stream that was just us talking for 30 minutes. That was fantastic.
Yeah, well, it was. I put it to just chatting. I was very upfront. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is, filler's fine. More bullshitting is fine.
Yeah, no, actually,
yeah.
like, I'm okay
That
with
is
that.
a legitimate game mastering style is where you don't take notes.
I meant.
That would be awful for me. That's my playing style, and you've seen how well that works.
To be fair, there's a lot of times where I'm like, oh, what, that NPC, that one NPC, shit. Let me just give you his title. I don't have his name here. But also, I definitely meant filler, literally filling time tonight because I don't necessarily have a big combat to throw at you today, right?
So do you want to start at
Yeah, right, right.
8?
What? No, I mean, whatever you guys want. I'm just here to hang out and chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate if we take this as a time to let me recover from my headache and everything and talk about way over, like, unfortunate subjects that need to be discussed, you know?
I will.
I do have business in the game that I would like to deal with.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
can do that in the last like 2 hours.
You're
When we're all
not wrong.
tired.
Yeah, well, there is that. I'm fine. I'm also fine switching to the game whenever. I feel like there's a lot of meta stuff today, so a lot of a lot of conversations. Like
So,
Moto said, a lot of
Moto, do you want
business.
to? Do you think you would like better to get through your stuff and then kind of see where that lands us as, like, in-world players?
Man, to interrupt one more time.
Go for it.
I feel like it's not necessarily. You guys aren't necessarily the best position to make a decision about what next, right now.
Right.
We're not at the point where we need to decide what next, and I don't like we're not done with this arc yet, so it's really
Yeah,
hard
so
to
it's-
make a really finite, like a really final. I don't know why I said finite, like a really final decision
Yeah.
about what
Yeah.
is next, because we haven't gotten to the point where next is actually a thing.
and it's
that's
helpful
fair.
for me to hear your guys' opinions on what could come next, or like, what you'd like to see, where you think it would be cool for things to go. So in that respect, this is cool.
No,
I'm just saying,
I
like,
need to 100% this map.
I did the math. There's a fucking lot of hexes. And we haven't exactly been doing it from an explore every hex point of view. So, like, if I had to say the hexes you've explored, it's like...
I've explored a lot of the map.
You've walked through a lot of the map. You've
Same
legitimately explored this area down here. And,
I'm just
like,
saying that
some
sounds like a
space
challenge.
in
Good
Orlane.
point.
There's
I mean,
a place where
your-
we can run a
your
campaign like
challenge
that.
is a bunch of completionists here.
If every 3 hexes there isn't some like ruin or something that has a deep dungeon underneath it, I'm gonna be a little disappointed.
Well, the trick
You're
is...
setting
Let's go the
yourself
ice
up here
blades.
for a lot of content that I don't think you're ready for.
Wait, what?
I think you're setting yourself up for a lot of content that I think you think you're gonna be okay with, and like you're gonna be like, man,
So...
I don't believe I put actually like 7-layer dungeons every 3 squares.
There's... how much, like, GM stuff to reveal?
Oh my god. I'm sure you have enough content. I just
Well,
don't know how much of it is like
I'm
that.
just saying, there's 2 methods here. And you usually fuse them, of, like, stocking hexes and having random, like, a table of random shit to put
Right.
in hexes when players, like, roll something. Like, when they explore somewhere where you don't have something ready. So, like... If you have a bunch of, like, modular, like, one-pager dungeons, which, obviously, I do, you just kind of, like, assign dice to those. You just roll in a file, in a folder,
Mhm.
and then you, like, pluck one out when the players are like, we're gonna go here and explore, and you're like, shit, I don't have anything there. Pull out a modular dungeon, slap it down.
It's Explicita too.
Right.
Suckers.
Cyber explicita.
Meta explicita.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I know what happened to last Explicita and I won't do that again. Ah, crap. Maybe we'll get lucky and Explicita read my notes so she'll have no idea what actually happened.
Yeah, or she'll read
By-
mine. And
I will
it'll be
say-
the exact same thing.
By meta explicita, it was definitely a meta Ridley joke and not like a meta data, a meta gaming
yeah.
joke.
Yeah.
Talk about like metal infused.
It is not the actual use of that root word, but it is the Metroid use of that root word, so I'm just gonna take
I
it.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Space pirates
it's one
really
of those
don't
weird-
like when their
one
dragon
of those
dies.
weird Japanese tropes where they take off like a random letter in
Yeah.
the like in the name and then just put it in front of it with a hyphen. And you're like,
Yeah.
I see what you did there, but why didn't you just leave the L?
Well, it's a whole. I mean, it's still one syllable in Japanese, I guess, but L is a little awkward.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're right.
But alright, yeah, so to get back to it, because tangents, yeah, I'm down if we want to start and then kind of see where we land here and then go from there.
Sure. Yeah. That is fine with me. Are we good to do that? Do we want to? I don't want to cut off the discussion. This has all been great and fun.
Weird definition of fun.
What? Well, I mean, okay, so the recent stuff has been a little more fun than like the open.
It's really weird talking about RPG development stuff with your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that
don't know-
part's
I don't
fun.
know
It's
who
the
ever
other
employed-
heavier.
You're right.
The heavier topics are less fun, I would say, but very important to cover, I think.
Agree. I'm really glad that we got to discuss this for my audience on YouTube of let's see, average videos for the sessions 0.5.
All right.
Really spreading the news, but
You know what? Everything counts, man.
It does.
When we're big and famous, when we've reached critical role levels, you know,
mhm.
that'll be important.
When we all achieve our voice acting careers.
Yeah.
Apparently, my voice acting is dying German guy. So I mean, I'm set. I've got my niche, and I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Dying German guy number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dying German guy. The entire, like, the whole thing's just one long dying German guy.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to ask
I mean,
one more.
we don't necessarily have to cover the things that we want to cover in game, right? Like in the game of Pathfinder, we could definitely do like something a little more freeform, I think.
Oh, yeah, probably. Connor, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I was just gonna ask like one more thing when it comes to like campaign development, but we can
Sure.
also wait.
Up to you.
It was just going to be, and you can feel free to answer this now or later. Of like, if you had to put down as like bullet points of what you should have for information for like NPCs and characters, what would you, or like a checklist of things to have, if that makes sense.
So the thing I've come down to is like, a goal and a fear allows you to shape who a character is at a glance, like what they care about. And then like their temperament or their attitude or like character quirks helps you like get into character quicker. So like those are the easiest.
Okay.
And if you do an accent, for the love of God, write down which accent it is, because
Yeah.
I
Well-
guarantee you next session you won't remember, because
Yeah.
I never do.
On the bright side,
Yeah.
probably the players won't either. Sometimes they do.
Yes, that's very fair.
But like,
Accents are definitely going to be a part
Yeah.
of this.
I'm a
Yes.
player who generally remembers the way an NPC treats me and the
Yeah.
way they like talk to me more than the way they like actually speak.
right.
Right.
You guys are probably
Um,
gonna notice way more if I fuck up Ben Griff really badly. Like if suddenly he's just like, "Hey, I'm Ben Griff." You guys are gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I was like,
I took
Where's
up
Ben?
smoking.
Yeah.
where's my friend and what have you done with him?
Yeah.
Also, awesome new look, Ben Griff. Love it.
Eye patch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eye patch, guitar,
As opposed to like,
no skirt, yoked.
I feel like Councilman Milo has probably sounded different nearly every time I've
Yeah.
played him, and probably that's a bad thing. Gino probably noticed. I'm not confident anyone else noticed.
No, like the thing is like I've never, like when I'm playing a game,
Mhm.
it's never really about the voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's not like that's like a thing that's very hard for people to keep.
Yeah.
Changing your voice and like modulating that is very difficult to do.
Hmm.
So, keeping up with Sonuses is sometimes not.
I think you've
Not
done a good
even-
job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like there are times when you do drop it and you go into more of like a drawl, but
Yeah, no, and I've definitely.
very
Yeah.
hard. Like it's so difficult to like maintain something that's not your regular speaking voice unless you're really trained. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame that on the very Minnesotan sounding people are kind of just a subcategory of Southerners.
Intriguing.
I don't necessarily think that's true.
hypothesis.
I
Right.
what I'm saying is that the places like let's take
All the stuff we've talked about, that's the hottest take right
I-
there.
I was gonna say like let's take the Pine River. or, like,
Hashtag
just
unpopular opinion.
areas like that in
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Oh, I guess
Those are-
if you're talking about actual Minnesotan accent with the yurs and the furs and the
Yeah.
like turtle with a D, you know, the lazy speaking. That is, I get what you're saying. If you mean like Barb from Hackensack, that's not Southern at all.
No. That's Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a slice, and when people do the Minnesotan accent, they don't do the actual like lazy vowels accent.
Yeah.
They do the hyper accented vowels, like everything's got an extra syllable for some reason.
Accents are really hard.
True.
Also,
Like-
this kind of like reminded me of it. I had a client at work who referred to his girlfriend as his Southern Belle, and I was like,
Oh,
that
God.
is-
Oh my goodness.
What the hell?
Yikes.
That's pretty.
And
Yep.
Yikers.
Yeah.
and they decided to tell me about their background and like who they were and where they were
Mhm.
born. So the guy was definitely not from the South.
Yeah.
His girlfriend?
Well, like
His girlfriend, I'm pretty sure, was also not from the South.
they're from. You know,
Well, I mean, South,
They're from
Southern
Nebraska.
Values Could be...
Yeah, maybe she's
Yeah.
from like Rochester.
Oh yeah, she lived about an hour south of where I grew up.
hmm
Yeah, but he definitely.
Spring
has
comes a whole week early down there.
Yeah. Hey, it's like I always say: if you're not up north, you're down south.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we gonna start a Pokemon Unite esports team, by the
Yeah,
way, Dan?
Also, a Star Wars Episode 1 racer. I suppose you don't really need a team for that, but get some sponsorships.
It would be really, really sick if like the pod racing game had to have like a pit crew.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it would be. And you
like,
do,
your
but
friend-
they're pit droids.
your
Oh,
friends
I'm
I
gonna
wanna
buy
be
the
a-
shit out of that game, by the way. Anyway.
I'd buy the Gungan skin right away.
Yeah, there is. Well, no, there's not.
What if they made like a VR version of the pod racer where
It'd be-
you had to have a pit crew, and there were just like 4 other people.
Oh God.
I
Oh
would
God.
be instantly sick
That's
in
what I was
terms of
talking
the
about.
racing.
No, I would not be. I'm so like acclimated, like flying around starships and shit. It's great. I do not get sick at all. I don't get motion sick
I'm
whatsoever.
jealous.
And
Wow, must be nice.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's pretty nice.
I get
Nice
sick
to have an
riding.
iron stomach.
I get sick
Yeah,
riding as a
VR makes
passenger in
nauseous.
most cars.
Oh yikes. Well,
Well, not.
well,
not-
that's
not
actually
really.
moving, whereas VR is the opposite. So maybe you're fine.
Yeah, VR makes me nauseous.
That
Yeah,
reminds
VR
me-
can get you.
I don't know. I
See-
like y'all are gamers, so like my hypothesis on why it doesn't bother me is because I've been playing games since I was like 0. But
Also,
So have you guys.
I just want to take away
Yeah.
from. I just want to take away from what we're talking about for a quick second to say
Uh-huh.
that I have noticed an exponential increase in Dylan's use of y'all
Shut
since
up.
I've started saying it around him.
no, get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
I've been
Oh,
saying it
for
for
sure.
years.
Oh no!
Oh, get out of here. Y'all
Oh,
get on
get
out
outta
of here.
No, literally since college.
Y'all clear out now.
I've
Also,
rarely ever.
I say y'all a lot too.
I've rarely ever heard you say it.
Whatever. This is
Hey,
the
y'all.
this is that effect that I don't remember the name of. Where you
The
just-
Berenstein, whatever.
The Mandela
No,
effect?
that's no.
The mandolin effect.
Something. The mandolin
Mandela.
effect. I'm gonna.
That's the
Uh,
Berenstein that you're talking about. It's
I
the
need to put out an
the
article
Mandela
about the
effect.
mandolin effect.
There you go.
So then people
Mandela,
think-
yeah.
It is
No, I'm
Mandela
sorry,
effect.
no, oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm just saying. I or someone needs to put out a very serious article about the mandolin effect to freak out everyone who believes in the Mandela effect. They're like, it's happening again.
That is a very next level, like onion level troll. I'm kind of here for it.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. I like where your head's at.
The man.
What was I saying? No, the thing where after you learn a word or after you start using a word, you notice other people, you notice it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's named after something really stupid. Like just a guy learned a word, heard it twice in the same 24 hours, and then called the effect that. Like on a website, and then it got just adopted. That's just the term for it now. I don't remember what it is.
I'm just
because
saying
it's
I've
stupid and
literally
not
never
descriptive.
heard you use it. Besides when I heard you use it, or like saw you type it on a stream or something, and I was like, huh, that's weird.
It's better than you guys.
No,
Okay?
it is. I'm not trashing. I say it. That's
I prefer
It's-
the use guys, but all
You
right.
use
I mean,
guy- use
hey, you
guys,
guys.
I can
use
switch-
guys.
if you're territorial about y'all, I can switch to like fellas or something.
no. I'm by no means territorial with it.
I peed on y'all first.
I would take a.
Oh
sport-
god. So who wants to do a recap?
Oh god.
I can recap.
I
I
don't
can
remember
recap like the
anything
last little bit.
NTL.
Here,
If we want to just keep it's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
I can try and do the thing I did last time, where I start from the ending and build back.
If you want to do that,
The
that's
last
fine.
couple of sessions have been kind of a little bit slow.
Huh?
But no, go right on ahead. I really love hearing what everybody else thinks will happen in the session.
Yeah, this is like
Especially when I'm wrong every time.
well, and what you guys say is nearly never what I would say, and that's why I don't do them.
Well, so the end. We ended with Sonus in the Bronze Darter's cabin, or whatever the
Headquarters.
yeah, whatever word it was for branch that Dylan used.
Probably lodge.
It was, yeah, lodge. That's what you used. Yeah. With the intention of going and talking to the guy who would take over for Calvin, trying to convince him that Sonus should be the one.
You know,
There's
actually, I
Calvin
just
there.
realized that this is such a problem.
Yeah.
Huh?
We'll talk about it in a minute. We'll finish the recap.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought.
Connor remembers the last thing I did, but that's it.
I'm just gonna. Last session was when we. Wait, was last session the like really big heavy one that everything happened in?
Oh, I hope it feels that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, a little
Um,
bit.
The last
Oh,
few
okay.
sessions
Then,
have kind of
then
been
I
big
kind
heavy.
of remember.
Because I don't
I can
feel
give
like
you- I can
Gino
give you
felt
a
that way,
bullet
so
point recap. I
Go
can't
for it.
give you. I can't give you exact. So
that's fine.
Calvin died.
Got him.
The world according to Sonus over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Calvin
Calvin
died over
because Eve went and just killed him. Because we figured out that he was the one who killed Adam. He tried to kill himself, but Eve got to him first.
That count as like a kill steal?
I think so. I think you'd have, you know, if you were playing League of Legends, you could definitely be like, "What the fuck, KS?"
True.
I feel like that's something Gino would do.
Like, run it down mid. This guy's stealing my kills. Anyway,
We also figured out that Dukius, right?
yeah.
He was in league with Calvin, from my understanding. Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't tell you much else.
Okay.
I mean, actually, that's kind
That's
of fair.
basically-
Like, we learned a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
but I think that's
If
the key
you-
point.
Yeah, if you went down like every piece of information you guys got,
I mean,
like if you went down
Solus
everything
was
you learned,
named Emperor. That or like,
there is that. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, I guess. He wasn't officially inaugurated yet, which has
Well, yeah.
ramifications mechanically. But, yeah, if you like went down every piece of information you guys learned last session, like that recap would probably be the length of the session. So,
Look, I gave them a time. They can't be mad at me anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, 3 days, right?
Yeah, I said, okay, I just wanna like try and see if I can do this in 3 days because I'm tired of having this murdering asshole around. Tired
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it that I remember.
Yeah, go ahead and like toggle on the extra hero point. I guess the thing to talk about then is like, so, Solus, top left, I think, of your character sheet. On the top somewhere. Let me just go open your
Okay,
character
cool.
sheet. Okay,
There.
you got it. Cool.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just. I'm also gonna toggle camera over to good old Eden. So basically, to recap the Calvin thing, his whole thing was like, okay, I've got this way to communicate with Sandmage. He told you guys that as he was being questioned, like this rock or whatever it was. And you guys were like, okay, I think one of the NPCs was like, yo, we can mask your presence so that whoever's on the other end thinks you're Calvin. That might help. Might be able to call him out that way. And then Calvin tried to kill himself and got killed instead. And I don't know if this happened in the session, but like in canon, Solus said, as the council was like filtering out and everything, like basically said to keep the Calvin thing quiet, so that like you guys had a chance to act on that like pretend you're Calvin thing. So Sonus, you going to the Bronze Darters right now and being like, yo, so this seat is open, might interfere with that. If you have something else, well, yeah, I will just let you know that, I guess. And then you can do whatever you want with that information.
And Sonus would have heard Solus say, like, let's keep this quiet.
Yes.
Then never mind.
Well, you know.
Well, the
if
thing
you,
is,
if you
like,
want. Go ahead. Okay or not.
no, I was trying to think. I was trying to think. I was gonna say something, and then my brain was just like, "Hey, you know what? Actually, we're not gonna say anything."
Okay, I mean that's fair. I was just gonna say, if you want to, okay, never mind, that's fine. There's other options. Like you could have a different conversation with him. You could have like or just be like, I need you to shut up about this. Like you keep quiet about this. But here's what's happening. Because I'm
Also,
basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, we can do like a diplomacy roll or something like that to see, like, I can do a hidden roll to see how much this guy liked you when you departed, like how on your side he is.
Yeah, honestly, let's go for it. I think Sonus would.
Okay.
I think Sonus would want to see what he can do.
Okay, let me open your character sheet again. Skills.
I do not have great diplomacy.
You don't have great diplomacy.
I have some great intimidation.
Like
but...
if okay. if you want to be friendly with this guy,
Yeah.
you want diplomacy. If there's an aspect of, like, this guy thinks you're gonna fucking murder him, like, if he's scared of you for some reason, we can go with intimidation, but that's gonna be the tone.
Do it.
So it's gonna be harder to be his friend, but it might be better for you. As opposed to, like scaring him isn't necessarily going to inspire loyalty. It's gonna inspire something. Might inspire him to keep quiet.
I think I'll go for I'll try diplomacy.
Okay, I will roll it for you.
Friends, when you could just make everybody afraid of you.
You are gonna be a hell of
right.
an emperor. This is gonna go so good.
Okay.
The thing is like,
Ooh,
it's
love
really
it.
hard.
Hold on.
It's really hard to explain to people that like, Solace is like literally a gangster, but his family is so entrenched in Eden that nobody can do anything about it. Like,
Well, and also, I don't know. Apparently, you're the type of gangster where like the children love you. Maybe that makes you like.
well, that's the thing though, right? That's like the duality of Solace. That's like what makes him scary. Is that like, is he actually evil?
Right.
Like
'Cause-
all these people
like-
love him. Like he's a good guy on the
I feel like a
outside.
lot
It
of
seems.
gangsters are depicted like that, where they're seen as family people. They're seen as like, oh, they're nice people, but they're honestly kind of demons.
Like the nicest gangster I know from popular media right now is like Falcone from Gotham,
Yeah.
and he's
I know.
still a shitbag. Like
Well, yeah, but like he's nice to the kids.
he's
like-
just an honor among thieves shitbag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty sure there was something about how, like, Al Capone actually was, like, nice to people.
You're sure?
Some people.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was holding the hands of children walking down the street.
No.
But also, let me just roll a dice in public, because like the mod that has 3D dice has improved. It looks dice so nice, it looks even nicer now. Like they got these like lines in the middle. Did you guys see that? It's still in private rolls. Fuck,
Yeah.
my bad. It was a 1 anyway.
Ooh, that is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's baller. Anyway. So yeah, I rolled your. Let me change the music here. But I rolled your
Pretty
check.
bad.
I'm not gonna tell you.
The music will tell us.
I will say that you know that you left on friendly terms, but you know you went to jail. You didn't exactly get a closing conversation with this guy. So
Yeah.
that's a
Good
good.
conversation to acquire when you're in jail.
Sorry, what?
So closing conversations are difficult to acquire when you're in jail.
Yeah. What is this song?
Yeah.
This can't be. I'm sorry. Okay, that's not correct. Okay, we're gonna go with just. Oh wait, where is it? Sorry. I know what I want now, but I. There we go. It's been a while since I've like looked at all these playlists. Okay. So you like at the very end of last session, I believe your scene was one of the last ones. You like we saw you kind of taking a breath and like opening the door of the Bronze Darter's lodge. So we see this like kind of from a first person perspective for just a second of like you push open the door and then there's like this big burly guy. He's like, I don't know, probably like 6'5" and like all like very muscle, but he's got like kind of a graying like salt and pepper kind of weird and like kind of like haircut pretty short, kind of has like parted evenly to both sides and it goes down to like just above his ears, and then like everything below that is like cut to nothing. Kind of the like never mind, I was gonna anyway, and like he's gesturing to the room, saying something to someone who was talking to him, and he's laughing, and there's like the sound of bar noises. It's very like boisterous in here today. And then like yeah, the door opens. There's like a little bell that like gets knocked on the door to signal someone entering, and he looks over, and like his look of like this big smile that he has kind of turns into like a look of like kind of shock and surprise, and he's standing there like mid gesture with his mouth like open as he's like looking at you, and he kind of like the hand that's held out towards the room, he kind of like retracts it and like leans on the counter and watches you for a minute as you come in.
Yeah. I think Sonus would he'd look around and see if anyone else is kind of like taking notice or like what else is happening.
Yeah, if you like kind of step in. There's like a little hallway, and you step in and you look over to see the rest of the crowd. And like I think go ahead and roll me what the heck is the check? Just a perception check, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, your dice is different. Anyway, let's see, what was the total on that? 18?
18.
Yeah, so like I don't think anyone notices you specifically, like, or recognizes you specifically. Some people look at you, like they notice that someone has entered. It's a lot of like younger people, like not exactly veterans in here right now.
Is there anyone else I would recognize?
Let's see. Probably not with an 18. Let's see. I think there's like there's someone who's dressed up a little bit more, who looks like they could be like the leader of like a darters party, basically. They're turned the other direction, so you don't know who it is. But if there's someone here who's gonna recognize you, it's probably like that guy. But he hasn't turned around. And then like there are also people in the room who have noticed that the like the clerk is surprised, and they're like kind of looking between you two, but it's not a look of recognition. It's like what's going on?
Okay. Sonus would then
And
were you gonna
no,
add
go ahead.
something?
Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Sonus is going to then kind of make his way up to the counter with the clerk. What's his name again?
I don't think I gave you a name last time, right?
Nope.
I don't
We stopped
think so,
before anything happened there, really.
but
Yeah. Okay. I think his name is Proclus.
Proclus, okay.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I had a specific. Yes. Sorry.
Does he have a last name that I would know?
Cameo.
Canio?
Is that? Could you throw a spelling on that bad boy?
Yeah. I apparently said it as Sonus. I'm sorry. It's really weird that I can just change who I am by clicking on someone's token as the GM.
It makes mind control all the more scary.
True. True.
Okay, yeah, so Sonus would make his way up there, and he'd probably set his paddle against the bar, and then take a seat, and he'd look at Proclus.
Uh-huh.
Proclus Canio, how's it going?
Yeah. Do you like
And just to add on to there, when Sonus was in the Bronze Darters, he did not speak like this.
Okay. All right.
I talked about this earlier, but Sonus does it out of like, oh, it'll be more welcoming.
Right. It's like kind of disarming in a way.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he, yeah, just throwing that out there.
Okay. So I think you say that and you speak like that, and he kind of crooks an eyebrow, and he like kind of looks back and forth, and he'll like shift over, so he's like standing right in front of you, and he leans in, kind of like folds his arms, leans against the bar. He's like leaning like very far forward to get down to leaning on the bar, and he's like it's been a long time, Sonus. Or kind of like looks around again. He's like squints. He's like, are you in some kind of trouble again? Why are you speaking like that?
Oh no! I just prison can change a guy. No, not at all. I just figured, I'd swing on by, see how the darters here are doing, and where everything's going. And after saying that, he would lay like nonchalantly on the table. Well, okay. Are there people immediately around me?
There's a guy like sleeping on the bar, like head down,
okay.
just like straight down, like a
Okay.
couple seats to your right. But I assume you picked a spot that was not
Yeah.
directly
Not-
next to sober McSnoopers.
Yeah. Yeah. So Sonus would take out the like. What was it again? It was a prune?
Yeah, it's like yeah, like the antlers specifically of a stag. Not like there's no stag head. It's just like a set of antlers with that's like spindling out, branching out in like a lot of different directions. It's like a 64-point buck.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, he would take that out and like set it in front of him
Okay.
upon saying that.
Yeah, so he like it seems like he's gonna start to he like rubs his neck and he starts to say like, well, it's been good. And then you like probably there's a slight clank of just the sound of like the metal hitting the wood as you like put that down. Nothing loud,
Yeah.
but and he kind of like looks down. And he like drops his hands again, kind of like puts his hands on the bar kind of to either side of that to like help block it from vision a little bit, and he like looks around again. He's not very subtle.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he like leans in a little closer and he's like, maybe it's looking like you should tell me. It's like, well, what happened?
Is there anything I can do to try and would I know the relationship between Calvin and Proclus, like how close they were, if they were like on good terms, or like what Proclus
Moto, I might ask you to help me out to pick the right skill. Would like society make sense here to like determine the
Yeah.
relationship between the two? Yeah.
Is like anything pertaining to people in terms of history too. It's like
Yeah.
really weird, but that's how I've sort of determined society. So like it's
Okay. Well,
anything to do with society is how I've read it on the wiki, or not on the wiki, but on like the archives.
Yeah.
Because it's like you use society to figure out like bloodlines and like
Right.
secret meanings behind people's heraldries. Like,
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of bucketing that happens. So
it's
sorry, Sonus, it's society.
probably. I
That's
mean, like,
unfortunate, but
If you
okay.
want, yeah.
I was going to try and joke about Underworld and be like, "Oh, did I hear anything while in prison?" But nah, I'll do the society.
Okay. What you do know is that like this guy was good friends with the previous guardian.
Do I know who the previous guardian would have? Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, you like worked you worked directly with him a few times.
Yeah. What happened to him exactly?
What happened to the previous guardian?
Would I know that? Because I probably would.
You were
that would've happened
framed
while I
for his death.
Okay, that worked. That's not exactly what.
Sorry to toss that on out there.
Yeesh. Okay. I'll be honest, I didn't know that.
Okay. Well, I asked if that was the case last session, and you were like, "Yeah."
Oh, I see. In my mind, I thought it was. Oh, I was just framed for the death of like a few bronze starters. Okay, whoop. Maybe I really should take notes, but okay.
So yeah, basically, like,
okay,
that guy died. You were blamed for it, and then Calvin took his council seat.
Back then, would I've worked closely with Proclus?
Yeah, I would say so. Like,
maybe been a part of my like crew.
Yeah, it could have been. We can say that, yeah. He wouldn't have been the clerk or the bear, because that would have been Calvin, and then Calvin kind of got elevated out, and the position was filled by this guy. So.
Yeah, because Calvin and I would have had very similar positions, because that's supposedly why, at least like what Sonus thinks as to why he was framed.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, Calvin was like the clerk of like what's it called? Castel, the kind of port city.
Okay. And so Sonus would have been Eden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, both you and I know that Calvin wasn't everyone's cup of tea. And
You just use past tense.
Yeah. Well, I think he's figuring it out. Like, he looks down.
No,
like...
no. So Sonus is like he's trying to tell this guy that, essentially.
Yeah. Right. So he's like looking down at the emblem.
The following sentence would have been, and the council figured out he was in league with some people who they were not very supportive of the relationship.
He kind of like sets his jaw and shifts back and forth a little, like looking at the emblem, and then he looks up at you. He's like, I don't think he says anything right away. He's just like kind of putting things together, and he's like slowly nodding. He looks back down at it again. He's like, what kind of people?
You what do you know about Adam's murder.
His eyes like snap back up to you. He's like, yeah, and he looks surprised, a little shocked. It's like, I know, and no is like, there's some invisible quotation marks around no. He's like, I know that he died of natural causes.
Oh, no, I didn't know a natural cause was a blade.
He looks pretty grim, but
Sorry, no, now is not the time for jokes. But many members of the council voted to keep that quiet, and Sonus would be saying this all quiet enough to where, like,
yeah,
it would just be between him and
sure,
Chris.
yep.
They voted to keep his death and the cause quiet, so. But they figured out that Calvin may have been a little more involved than anyone knew.
He looks mad for a second. It looks like he's like trying. He's like trying to get it like under control. He's like kind of nodding and like shifting forward and back, and then like the nods turn to shaking his head and then back into nods.
Now I know that this could sound like I'm just trying to make this all up, and like I'm trying to push some agenda, but honestly I'm just.
Yeah, can you make a one more diplomacy check for me?
Oh boy, let's do it. Ooh. Oh boy.
Okay.
Can I reroll?
Yeah, you've yeah, sure.
Reroll point. Not. It's gonna be bad.
Could be. You did roll below average. There you go. There you go. Hero points. I think I've only ever seen hero points work against you guys once, the entire time, and every other time it's been like a real positive change. So yeah. Carry on. Sorry. Keep on going with what you were saying.
Yeah. I personally don't know how you felt about me, and I'm sure the things you heard didn't make that your opinion any better. And I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
I figured you should hear it from somebody who you used to. He's trying to find some elegant way to essentially say they used to like work together. And,
Yeah. I think maybe the hesitation is in character, and like
yeah.
he like reaches out and he like puts a hand on your shoulder, and he's like, Sonus, thank you.
Oh, no, that's no problem at all.
And I think he's gonna like look down at the emblem, and he's like, can I keep this here for now?
You sure can. May I ask one favor of you, though?
He nods.
Oh, well, it might be two things, but mainly one. If you could keep this quiet until it's released to the public, I would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, I think he nods, and as he's nodding, he like grabs just one of the bar towels and like throws it over the emblem and then like folds it up. And he's like, yeah. Yeah, I won't tell a soul.
Sonus will nod, and then Sonus is actually not going to directly bring up like the second thing he wanted to say. He's going to ask Proclus, you know, I just wanted to ask you, how much do you know about the incident back some 18 years ago? Referring to the whole thing with Sonus.
Yeah, he kind of like shrugs and shakes his head. He's like, not much. And he kind of like kind of does this like this open mouth like lip bite as he was considering this, and he's like heard you. Some were saying you lost control of some power or something. It's pretty broken up about it. Losing the old guardian and having you go to jail at the same time. That was. He's like struggling a bit.
Sonus would ask him if he believes that Sonus killed the old guardian. What was his name? The old guardian?
That's a good question. Give me a moment. Find my notes. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm sorry to everyone else. I'm not trying to take a bunch of time.
No, like the thing is like this is not like this session is. It's totally okay for this session to be just like a bunch of people who are like doing their own thing separately.
Yeah.
Like this is like a wrap up of a wrap up session for a session, you know?
Yeah.
And also like Ludwig and Solace are basically unable to do anything right now anyway, so it's fine.
It's like Tavian Ka.
Tavian Ka.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know I'm gonna want that typed out.
That's exactly how I thought it was spelled.
I could have sworn there was an OC in front of that. I'm like, Octavian Ka.
That would have been reasonable. So yeah, I guess you were asking like what he knew about it, or if he believed it, right?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it's like
He
I
would
don't
ask
I don't think you murdered anyone. Sure it wasn't your fault.
Well, I appreciate that greatly.
ever... Never sat right with me that the whole story was told by some survivor that disappeared as soon as you were thrown in jail.
Well, I appreciate your faith and kindness. By chance, this is quite a stretch. Would you happen to have my old gear and my old weapon?
I mean,
He did preface it by saying it was a stretch.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like it's gonna be mundane gear if he has it. Is that like okay?
That's fine. The weapon was the important part, because I know another thing I like previously said is Sonus did not use a paddle.
Right. I think yeah, he nods. He's like, I think it's locked up in the storage and back somewhere.
Mind if I have it?
Yeah, he like nods and he's like, I'll go get it. And
In a minute while I figure out what weapon I use.
sure. Yeah.
Because you know it has to be something interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's probably just it's probably one of those like long skinny swords that have like they kind of look like sickles, or things used to cut grass.
Yeah, there's like sickles are a weapon. Yeah.
Did he have a scythe? Is he a horseman?
Yeah,
of
I'm trying to
death?
figure
Is
out.
that-
Did you
is
mean?
that where you're
Do
going?
you mean scythe? Because
That
like
was
great
gonna-
scythe
that was-
is definitely a weapon. In
That
this
was gonna
game.
be my other thing. I was gonna be like, huh, maybe he just used a scythe, but I like honestly
Jeez.
to make it easy, we'll do that.
Dude went from like hardcore to I got a paddle.
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
I have an actual weapon, and now I have a big metal club.
Which I kind of like. It makes sense of I left prison. I should look less intimidating. What if I just went with a paddle instead of a
Yeah.
scythe?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let me see if I can find
Also,
that.
TIL that Sonus is Vasaraga.
Oh no.
So yeah, I guess he comes back out. And it's like not put together. Like the blade is basically it's like a bundle. It looks like it's a bundled staff, basically. It's like a stick wrapped in like a very thick, like padded blanket. A gambeson blanket. And then like a Yeah, some armor. Probably some chainmail or something basic. It's like bundled up as well.
Okay.
And yeah, he just like sets it on the counter. He's like, leans on the counter again. He's like, "You sure?" Traveled heavy. It's quite a weapon, but I guess. And he looks at like the paddle. It's like, kind of has a look of consideration. Nods. He's like, "Guess you still have quite a weapon."
Well, I couldn't keep lugging around this thing. As like, he picks up the bundle that is the scythe, and
Yeah.
it is significantly lighter than the paddle.
Yeah.
He's like, the weight, it's just not for me. Still trying to find cool concept art
Sure. Yeah.
for a weapon. But that is by no means important.
Like, you already have a fighting game sword. You might as well just have Ruby's scythe or something.
I'll find something.
Okay.
I'll have.
Sorry, not to further memify your character.
No, it's fine. I'll have one of Zassel and Mel's weapons.
Simpler times, back when I just had a scythe with an eyeball on it. Anyway, sorry. What do you do from there?
That was my weapon.
Look, if you're gonna pick if your weapon is gonna be from an anime fighting game, your first weapon has to also be from an anime fighting game.
Well, I mean, it sounds like he kind of, he made. It was a pretty serious midlife crisis. Like maybe he was a very serious soldier.
Maybe he was a Street Fighter V player before.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of like, what's another goofy weapon that Sonus would have had, but I was not prepared.
Not prepared for it. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of options. There's some goofy weapons.
Yeah, goofy fantasy weapons. Let me look that up.
Like, you could have a gnome hooked hammer. Like, maybe that was your thing?
A what?
It's a gnome hooked hammer. A hammer used by gnomes with, like, a hook on it. Could've,
I apparently already at one point looked up odd weapons. Yeah, well, I'm finishing details on the weapon that I had. I'm trying to think if Sonus has anything else. So I guess this makes you the guardian.
I think he sighs. It's like, yeah, I guess so. Not a move I thought I'd be making soon.
Sonus would jokingly say, "Well, if you're not ready, somebody who they maybe missed their shot." So
He looks up. Sorry, go ahead.
he just laugh. like the uncomfortable self laugh that some people do to make
Uh-huh.
it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, way to call me out. Jeez.
I I think he looks up at you and like raises an eyebrow and like, hmm. I'll let you know when we're figuring it out.
Well, you take your time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he nods.
Trying to think if there's anything else that Summers would.
What the? Okay, sorry.
I think for right now, Summers is probably good.
All right.
Probably done.
Sounds good. Yeah. So maybe then we like this is like same day as like the end of last session. This is like within an hour basically. So like Solus, Ludwig, what would you guys be doing around that time?
You go ahead first, Moto, if you've got something.
No, my thing is later. I'm sure Solace is like looking through all of Adam's shit.
Yeah.
Just like trying to find something, you know.
So one thing you're noticing is a lot of shit is like locked. Stuff that doesn't even have locks exactly. Like stuff that doesn't have a like there'll be a door and it'll have no keyhole, but like it'll be locked. Like the handle just won't turn for you. Or like, you know, the chest in your room, like the end chest, or like I don't know. Presumably holding Adam's personal effects, like that doesn't have a keyhole on it either. It's just like a chest that is closed. And like won't open for you.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
Valid. I'm sure a certain rogue friend of mine knows something about this.
It probably has some insider info, yeah. So I guess we
Is
can
there...
Sorry, go ahead.
So is there like a library or something like Adam's personal study?
Yes. So there's a big one that you have access to. It's just a room with like a desk and a bunch of shelves and books and stuff. But like whoever you ask to lead you there, whether it's Sinetio or just one of the other groundskeepers, they make it clear that there's like another study, like in one of the towers that like isn't accessible for the same reason.
Feels good. I'll have to do the thing when the thing comes back.
Okay. And yeah, I guess like when he's telling you about this, he's like, and he would sometimes it would. I'm sure he must have rested at some point, but sometimes it would seem as though he spent days in there.
That seems likely. I'm sure there's somewhere to rest in there.
Hadn't considered that. There's not much room, but kind of nods. He's like, this is good thought. So yeah, I guess we can jump to Ludwig then for now, if that's okay. Unless you have something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. So Ludwig, if you're good to go, that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually just looking down the list that we had talked about of the people he talked to. Most of them aren't of particular interest, except that maybe he'd go talk to. Could we do the new Mary conversation?
Yeah. Do you want to recap what? Oh, I see notifications that I missed on Discord. I'm sorry. Oh. That site.
Look, he's gonna tell me that that's not this. That's Vasaraga is not Sonus, and I'm gonna tell him that he's wrong.
Solid.
That might end up being it. Otherwise I'm maybe thinking like one of those old style like martial arts weapons where it's a scythe and then on the other end of it is a rope dart.
There's like a chain or something in between them.
It's a chain with like a heavy metal spike.
Yeah.
Okay.
The old.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Spike and sickle.
Yeah, it's more of a sickle, not a scythe, but
So yeah, I think like, if you're having this conversation nearly right away, Numeri is like still around in the council building. Yeah. Probably like I don't know. I think they're like they've probably like helped to do something to keep like the fact that Calvin died quiet, like maybe just assisting in kind of the cleanup in the transport, like maybe made the body look like someone else or something, like as they were like figuring out how to get Calvin's body out of here without people noticing.
They didn't just wheel out like the dude with his face covered but his well-known armor on full display.
Right.
Drops off the gurney.
She like changes them to be like some half elf, and like glamours the armor to be that of like a guard or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Ludwig, because we had him talking to basically everyone was there, I think he'd deal with her last. So he's kind of covered some basic stuff with the other folks. And then, yeah, Ludwig would approach her when she seems like she's done working her magic and just kind of go, hello, Numeri, I don't think Numeri, right?
Yeah, she turns and nods. She says, and you are Ludwig.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I actually never asked. You do handshakes? How do we greet each other? Well, it's a pleasure all the same.
Yeah, she smiles and chuckles, and she's like, a handshake is perfectly acceptable.
Great.
And, holds out a hand if you would like to shake it.
Yep. I'm just kind of doing the rounds, if I'm to be the Emperor's advisor, I need to know all the people who'll deal with the council, kind of where they stand, I was hoping we could catch up a little bit. I even have a few interesting hypothetical questions for you.
Yeah, she nods. She's like, not surprising. Lots of questions in this time.
Yeah, you're telling me. So, just to be clear, what do you run exactly around here?
She kind of ponders that for a minute. She's like, I would not say I run much of anything. how to put it? There are many churches, many new gods. You've met some, I hear.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, sure. Although it's, to be honest, the relationships afterwards are kind of non-existent.
She smiles. She looks like amused and she nods. She's like, some of the spirits are a little afraid that they're next. I've assured them that they will not be. As long as they behave, they won't be in your sights.
Oh, that's very good. I wouldn't want all the gods ganging up on us at once, you know.
It would be exciting, though.
Oh, you're kind of a thrill seeker, huh?
Not exactly.
This is kind of something. You might actually have some expertise here. What do you know about the fates? Little boys that look blind? Maybe they're like chained up and stuff?
Yeah, they're very frustrated right now. They're not fond of these new spirits. Harder to tell what's going on, harder to predict them. Harder to predict hundreds than 4.
Yeah, do these, so the fates, they often show, like, futures and stuff, right? I'm sorry, I went to, the academy, you know, and,
Oh, wait, Academy or Institute. I'm gonna mess it up, and this one's actually his backstory. Academy, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, wait, Arcane Academy's in town. Son of a gun. It
Yeah,
must
the
be
Arcane Academy is in town. Probably the Institute.
I
The
dislike that it's an
institute.
institute. It's the word institute scares me a lot.
Yeah, but it is an institution. You gotta give it that.
I was at the institution, and while we covered science and some magic, the gods were not looked upon favorably all the time. So I'm not clear as the fates. Do they sometimes try and trick people, or are they generally pretty on the level?
I can't say I'm on speaking terms with them, but I suppose they're fickle.
So they could lie?
They could give a future that has a stretched interpretation.
Okay, yes, I'm pretty familiar with that. When you say one thing, but you don't quite say everything, or it's like, oh, it's technically true.
Yes. For instance, say, revealing a future where all is tranquil, but referring to a future where everything in the area has died and there is nothing to cause chaos.
Yeah,
They're not always the
that's
most
not
helpful.
what I saw. That's for sure. Yeah. So, yeah. Huh. That's really interesting. Yeah. I think we'll have to talk more later at some point. I know there's some interesting ideas that I'm sure Solus would like to approach, and I know, we're kind of going back to what you were saying, if we make all the gods fear us, they could rise against us, and I'm not big on that, if I'm being honest. I would hope that you would help me understand what we can do to be agreeable with them.
I think. I think most of them understand why the snake and the salamander were felled.
Yeah. So kind of going back to that, obviously, we're not huge fans of the gods at the Institute, which the history and whatnot. But I feel like we could maybe be on a little better terms around here, right? I mean, Eden is all. I go around and all I see are all these shrines to these old gods. Do they not move on?
Some of them struggle. See the new gods as threats, as more change in a time it's already very changed. But it also takes time for churches to be built. It takes time for new gods to understand what they are.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to revisit that. I have a very interesting experiment with my friends going on there. Perhaps you've seen the flyers around town. But I don't think that's something we have to talk about today.
Yeah, she looks like curious. But that doesn't press.
Okay, that's great. Diplomacy is kind of something I'm interested in building through this. So, I don't want to take too much time. We can talk about that later. I do have something that maybe you could tell me about. It's a little something. I found an ember. I guess you could say like a black flame sort of thing. Have you ever heard of this?
Now that you mention it, I did hear something interesting when you approached. Wasn't sure what it was.
Oh, you heard something?
Yeah.
Oh. So, kind of like a warlock guy had it, I think.
I see.
I guess my question is, I don't like carrying it around. I feel like I'm carrying around one of my bombs that I don't know when it could go off. How can I stabilize this?
Stabilize.
Yeah.
May I see it?
Not in public, but yes, sure.
We have offices here.
Yeah, if we could step into that, I'm gonna have to leave it in the tube, but
Yeah, if they step off to the side hill,
Yeah.
pull out the little flask with it in it.
Yeah, she'll lead you to like just around this kind of circle building until she reaches the door, and she'll pull out a key and unlock it and open it, and like you enter a pretty dusty room that it's got like a desk with nothing on it and like a chair.
it's this room. Okay, filing it away for later. I haven't had a room of my own in ages.
Oh, this is mine.
Oh, what? Oh. Guess you don't really like to spend time in the office, huh?
No, it's not productive for me.
I like it that you go out in the field and stuff. That's good thinking. Anyways, yeah, here's the you can see it from the flask. You'll forgive me if I don't drop it, because it turns out it just keeps burning forever.
Curious. And yeah, you like pull out this bottle, and yeah, she'll like hold out her hand.
Understands this really hurts to do, but Be careful, please.
And he'll hand it to her.
Yeah. She kind of looks at it, like she like holds it very close to her face. She like kind of touches the bottom. She's like, "Oh, it's warm." And then like she shakes it. It's like it's an angry little thing. And I think she like puts like a hand, like a finger on the bottle, and like draws kind of a shape, and like says something kind of under her breath, and then like again kind of holds it close, and she's like staring at it, almost cross-eyed. It's like the bottle's almost touching her nose.
Ludwig's just thinking like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah. And she's like, hands it back. It's like, I don't like it. It's not very friendly. Not supposed to be here either. Whatever.
How do you mean by that?
It's from another world. I don't know where. Didn't know. I wasn't aware of it before.
You know why a lieutenant of Salamander would have had this?
Uncertain. But, certainly dangerous for it to be here.
That's what I
Very-
was kind of afraid of.
Sounds very frustrated. Like this world is hard to find. Whoever made it has been trying a long time and not having much success.
I don't like the sound of that.
I don't think they like our old gods much.
And that's really going around.
Yes, we seem to have that in common. That might be the only thing.
Yeah, a friend of mine gave this thing a corporeal form briefly. And yeah, I would agree, it was a not friendly experience. Huh. Yeah, okay, let's just catch up some other time. I have some proposals that I want to talk with you about to kind of gauge the water. I don't know how involved you are in the council stuff. It seems like you're kind of out and about, but I'm sure you have very interesting opinions compared to the to the rest of these folks. You seem a little bit more in tune with the spirits, as you say.
She nods. She's like, she, there's like a little bit of a wry grin. She's like, yes, they seem rather fond of me. Like she's, I don't know, like she's making a joke. And, yeah.
Yeah, I think then that's probably as much information as he wanted to get from
Yeah.
her.
I think,
Yeah, if she has any questions for him.
basically like, I think just when you're, you know, basically kind of wrapping up the conversation, she's like, I don't know how to do it myself, but it would be wise to destroy that if you come across the opportunity.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do you know who I could start with for that?
No.
Well, okie dokie. You know what? I admire that. I've worked with a lot of academics, and they'll go on for 5 hours and then end up with, I don't know. I like that you're straightforward.
Sorry, I may have missed.
There's no response.
Yeah.
Sorry, so my bad. Can you repeat? I thought that was it. Okay.
Gotcha. He basically just said he's glad that she could be so straightforward because,
Oh, yes.
you know, academic types talk for 5 hours and it's, I don't know.
Yeah. It's like, oh, plenty of priests have that tendency as well.
I did think of something. This is funny. It barely matters, I think. What's the official stance on were creatures around here?
Stance?
Yes. Do people like werewolves, cats, rats, that kind of stuff? Like, are there
The rats.
opportunities for people? Hey, I says that third for a reason.
There. Yeah, she thinks on that moment. She's like, I haven't thought much about it. I know they struggle.
Like hunted or something, right?
Oh, they're not. Well, I hope they're not hunted.
Okay, great.
I know they struggle to. They've lost themselves a little bit. Now.
If I get a strongly worded email about this, I'm coming for you, Ludwig.
From HR, yeah. The advisor is asking uncomfortable questions about werewolves.
Yeah, she's just like, Without Denali, they seem to struggle keeping themselves. I haven't met many.
I could see that. Yeah. But like support structure wise, it doesn't. I'm guessing not much. Mostly just trying to cure it, huh?
I suppose, although it's incurable for some. It's not. It's not always a disease.
Go on, please.
Well, I don't know much about it, but there's. The ones who do the infecting, they are not always infected themselves. Sometimes it's in their blood rather than.
Sure. Yes, kind of a lineage thing.
She nods.
Gotcha. But if you've like got it from a bite or something, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was all hypothetical, nothing to worry about. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Like I said, we'll have to get. Do you have like lunch? I don't know. I mean, obviously we have lunch, but there's a profit. Sometimes, I don't know how that works.
I do eat.
Great. We'll have lunch and chat about some things.
Yeah.
I've got some interesting proposals that I think you would like.
She nods. It's like. I look forward to getting to know the. Well. I was going to say the Emperor's advisor, but that's not fair to you. I look forward to getting to know you.
That's very kind. Likewise.
Yeah, she nods and bows and then, like, leaves her office before you do.
Yeah. Oh, okie doke. Alright, going out. And if I don't see anyone, I'm going to an inn to rest.
Okay. Yeah, and I think she, like, she starts to close the door behind her before she realizes that, like, you are also leaving, and she's like, oh, and like, stops. And then closes it
Yes,
after you leave.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Levin's like tail almost gets caught.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, you are free to head to an inn and rest. Solus, do you have anything you would like to do if we jump to you?
Solus is like looking around. He's like, where the fuck is Ludwig?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he
Nah.
sends a runner to the dirtiest inn
Oh my.
and is like, bring Ludwig back.
Next door. No. Next door through an open window. Ludwig is snoring. No.
Okay. So I feel like you know. Well.
No,
yeah.
I know where
Yeah,
Ludwig is
you'd
staying,
be,
right?
You'd
He's
be able
like,
to give
he's,
me. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just like,
Yeah. Yeah. So.
well, actually, I think Solus would just go, right? Because like this is gonna be his last few days as like a quote unquote normal person.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think he would
hi.
go get. What are you doing here?
Oh, just kind of chilling. I kind of had a.
Get your stuff.
Okay, for what?
I'm taking you back. You don't have to stay in rooms anymore.
But I kind of like it.
Okay, well you can go, but there's an entire castle.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not really used to castles, though. You have to understand.
I will
And-
put you in a servant's quarters if that's more comfortable for you.
Well, not really. I mean, it's more. I guess the servants might work. It's more about the hustle and the bustle.
I can find somewhere secluded and hidden.
No, I think you misunderstand. Yeah, it's it's kind of counter perhaps, but I grew up with a big family. I don't like to sleep. I don't like to sleep with no noise. It just gets scary. That's all.
Aw.
But yeah, servants would be great. There's gotta be people around.
Solus is like standing there. He's kind of like dumbfounded right now. I don't really like as a person. I don't know what to say because like Eden is a city that actually falls asleep because there's not electricity.
That's true.
Right. Although, like, I don't know, some of these inns are going to be a little more late and boisterous and active than others.
Right, and there'll still be like the noise of like, oh, someone's just rummaging around at night or something. And
Yeah.
that's the kind of like, in my mind, it's like, yeah, he had a big goblin family. He likes having a little bit of noise at night.
Yeah.
I guess I'll also just like turn around and say, well, suit yourself, but the council won't be footing this bill.
Oh, wait. Are we getting money?
Not if you decide to stay here. You'll be paying for your room every night.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, there's a budget. Oh, those classes will finally pay off.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, I think I understand. We're getting money to do like state things, right? I didn't ever think I would get that.
Solus just leaves.
But yeah, if you wanted,
I'll see you in the
Ludwig-
morning.
Yeah, if you wanted him to like check out the rooms and stuff, he's more than happy to go help with that.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't feel like Solus is not going to force you to do anything. So, like, the moment you're like, well, I don't want to go, he like tries to think and is like, do I tell him that I need his help? Do I tell him that like maybe I could use someone else who knows kind of more what's going on?
Mm-hmm. I
And
think
I
in
think
his
he-
mind,
I
like
think he
he's
decides-
definitely up for it.
I think he decides not to because he's just like, okay, well, like Ludwig is being obstinate, not being obstinate, is being resistant. So it's just like not worth at the moment.
Yeah, and
There's-
it's
there's
not a case
another-
if he
there's
doesn't want
another
to go,
day.
but yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, he's definitely interested in Adam's stuff, but it's been a day. Like it's
Yeah.
been a scary day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess he just Solus is he bows his head and is like, okay, well, report to the keep tomorrow. We have work to do.
Okie dokie, boss. Is it boss, emperor? What do we call you now?
Solace.
Okay, yeah, great.
Or if you would prefer to say my whole elven name, it's Solthariel.
Good to be still working with you, Solace.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I don't really have the punctuation for that, if you know.
Okay, well, I'll see you in the morning.
Great.
And then he leaves. I just burped. That was really gross and it hurt.
It's a bad burp.
It be due.
I think when you're leaving, by the way, you hear, and like Ludwig, you probably hear this at some point during the night as well, either when you're entering or, you know, if you hang out in the common area at all, get food or anything. You hear someone like chattering that, just someone kind of in hushed tones being like, Did you hear? Brass is back in the city.
God damn it.
And just like some general whispers about like him coming back and since, you know, if that means that like Salamander is taken care of.
That's true. They don't know that, so as far as they know, Brass probably did it.
Right. So now, you know, I think the other part of that conversation is like, oh, I think we can expect an announcement about a new emperor soon then. And just like some, you know, some back and forth about that, basically.
Yeah, I don't think he would engage with that necessarily, but first thing tomorrow, he would let everybody know that. Like Solace and Sonus, that is.
Okay.
And Eve, of course, but
if you can find her,
right.
She seems to be difficult to locate at the moment.
That's fair. Hey. Yeah, so I guess. Okay, yeah. Yep, that's all he needs to do. It is nap time. Snooze him up, lock up the room, that whole jazz.
Okay.
I've been trying this entire time to find like a weapon that I like...
Okay, so I gave you enough time. I was like, oh, I'm talking a lot. I don't like it.
No, because I still don't like really have what I want, but I'm going to. This is kind of a retcon for just in general Sonus. So I'm gonna say that anytime Sonus like pulled out a new ability and people were like, "What? When did you learn to do this?" It's going to be Sonus remembering how to do things because I know that a part of his story that we had talked about before is he like literally forgot how to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say that he like him being able to do new things is essentially just him remembering how to do them from like beforehand to a certain point.
Yeah.
So the weapon I'm thinking in this chart, it's going to be the bottom one, but he used like wind to make it into a scythe essentially.
Okay.
Oh, taupe.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like spreading out from the top of it, like, but it's going to be the size of Vasaraga's.
I see. That's cool.
Well, the neat thing about weapons made out of things that aren't metal is that they're very light.
Yeah, so it's reasonable for them to be ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Do we want to take like a quick break here? Before
Sure,
we like
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Make sure you're not half filled up on memory.
Right. I That's a good point. Let's. I will go look at that. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'll run to the bathroom and stuff. Get a snack.
All right.
Maybe like 10
Likewise.
minutes. We did go this whole time without a break, so.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I am also back.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Excellent. We're all
Ooh.
here.
My hard drive is not full.
Sweet.
The video file is 0 bytes. So I don't know if
That's
it's saving to a
concerning.
temp file somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not sure how it works. But the other videos are all about 4 gigabytes for like 4 hours.
Okay.
So
That's
like,
not so bad then.
yeah. So should be fine. It's not in my SSD, so that makes me a little sad. I made a mistake, but it's fine. Let's see. So who is everyone back? What?
I don't want to watch 10 minutes of that. I want to know the answer.
Oh.
Yeah, so what is the answer?
I don't know.
It probably depends a lot on your size. Like Yoda's chair would not be comfortable for me,
Mm-hmm.
but for him it might be great. I don't know. I don't know Yoda's life.
There are multiple videos about this.
Oh my. Good.
But one was posted 3 hours ago,
What?
and one was posted on the 2nd. So,
Well then.
Hot topic, dang.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that 20 days is enough time to make a video copying someone else.
Yep.
It's a hot button issue. A lot of people need to cover it.
Read.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are really sitting on it.
Well, guys, I'm afraid I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
was
have to
gonna say
tender
that.
my resignation from the campaign. It's been real good, but
This is my like
Yeah, everyone's not feeling it now.
yeah. Oh
Actually,
boy.
I definitely think that Yoda's is, because Yoda's seat is like a beanbag.
A little bit.
stand on it, kind of.
I mean, I think I could sit cross-legged and like lounge in that a little bit, but
I just don't
Not
know
at
that I'd
its
be
size.
comfortable. Yeah.
if it was scaled up, I'd be into it.
And it depends. Like, if we're talking younger me, yeah, maybe.
Hmm.
But current me, it would kill me. I'd be dead.
I'm just saying, it has nice cushions.
What?
Yeah. I like the surround cushion. I like, the bucket.
So I know the intention of you sending that picture was to focus on the chair. But what are with the feet
What?
and the hands?
Oh, like
'Cause
different.
that is not. This is a. These are like posable hands.
Yeah. So some of them are gonna be
Well,
for holding the stick or holding the lightsaber or.
Yeah.
Oh, is this like a toy set?
Yeah.
No, it's
How
a
dare you call it
it's a
toy?
it's a model figure is what it is.
Okay.
It's
Does-
got a kung fu
Wait.
action grip.
Where's the bar stool chair from?
That is the
canteen?
floating chair.
Oh,
That's like
okay,
a
that makes
floating
sense.
chair.
Look, they should have used the clear plastic for that, alright?
Yeah.
To designate it as floating and not a bar stool.
I'm trying to remember what, but there's a scene where Yoda is talking to Obi-Wan and Mace Windu,
Mhm.
and he's like in a chair. What movie is that from?
I mean, I totally remember the floating chair.
I mean, as much as like it makes sense that he's like a little guy, he would have that chair. I would feel kind of bummed that I, as a full-size person, did not also have a floating chair.
I don't actually know if the chair is floating or if he uses the force to float the chair.
That seems like a weird flex,
Well,
but it's very possible.
I mean, one of Yoda's masters did literally fight with 6 lightsabers.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Like, if you want to talk about a weird flex,
Yeah.
the
Like,
only
like
other like Jedi's to be able to do that are like former Sith, like Darth Treya.
Yeah.
who
I feel like
only,
that's
who could only
who
manage 3.
Yeah, who could
Just
do it
3
or
lightsabers.
would bother.
This is floating lightsabers, right? This is like Irelia / like
Yes.
new.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, each one of the different lightsabers could do a different Jedi form.
Oh my goodness.
That's too much. You don't need
Yeah.
forms with floating lightsabers. It's all about no.
You do. What the?
Yeah, I gotta agree. At some point, you're just being a little show-offy.
The same thing with Grievous. Like, all of Grievous's arms can each do his different like style of.
That makes sense because they're attached to his arm. But like, if they're just floating, they can just like go where they need to go.
I mean, can they? Don't you kind of have to know like? I mean,
it might
doesn't
make
matter.
it easier. It might be like a
It's like the
Emulating-
classic. Why are the
So-
spaceships all pointed like oriented the same way? There's no reason they have to be.
Right.
Also, imagine like doing the thing and then turning your lightsabers off and on.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, if you, I don't think that like floating your chair around using the force is a weird flex at all, personally. But
I mean,
No
yeah,
one
it's
there
fine.
thinks
It
the
seems like a
force
lot of
so
effort, but it's probably not.
mean,
It's
it
probably
is-
a Zen thing.
it's probably not a lot of effort for Yoda, right? Like,
Yeah.
But that's the part that's the flex. It's like the, hey, by the way, like I can just do this. Oh, you're just a normal person. You can't float your chair. That's what I do with my magic powers.
yeah, but like Yoda doesn't do that. Like,
He
that's not
doesn't have
Yoda.
to. His floating thing does it for him.
Also, I don't know. Not to turn this into a thing, but people were up in arms about the Leia like Mary Poppins thing and like floating in space or whatever. Like, wasn't there a scene where Luke was levitating himself? Doesn't that imply that like you can move yourself with the Force? I don't know. Anyway,
Oh yeah, you definitely can.
yeah. So I don't know why people were all like, "This has never been a thing." When
Yeah,
like-
people are whiny.
true. Anyway,
You know
not
what?
to
That's a hard stance I'm willing to take. Star Wars nerds can be a little whiny sometimes.
not-
So brave.
I didn't mean to hit the controversy, the
Why would you
years
do
old
this?
controversy, but anyway.
The thing is like, does Luke float himself in the old movies or the new movies?
What do you mean? And no, it's definitely there in like, just on Dagobah. He's like floating himself.
I thought he was floating like the things around him.
I
He
think there was
definitely
also
floats rocks and stuff.
Okay, I could have it backwards, but like I feel like there's a thing where he like falls and like Yoda falls and
But also,
makes a
I
sound.
mean, fine, like whatever.
I
If
could
you're
be
like,
wrong.
I can
Maybe
lift a rock. I can also lift my belt that has me on it. It's the Force. It
Right,
doesn't
I mean-
have to make sense.
Yeah. Anyway.
I've just got all those good midi-chlorians.
It's all fine. So, like, let's see. So Ludwig goes and sleeps. Solus, you're heading back to Riverkeep to presumably sleep. Sonus, where did you go? Oh, if Connor's back. I don't know.
No, Connor came back. He was back.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
now I can, yeah.
Oh, that was weird. I was speaking, but you just still must not been able to hear me.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sonus. Sonus would probably just go to one of the pubs that are open.
Okay, yeah, sure. Is it... If it's the usual one, you probably... Like, Ludwig's probably there. If it's like when
Accurate.
Yeah.
I think he would probably just go to that one out of like, oh, this is where I normally go. So he's not really looking for Ludwig, but
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to like bump into him. I'm just saying he's probably like he just probably happens to be there.
Okay.
Anyway. So yeah, you go there and you sleep. And I guess then it just jumps to the next day unless anyone has anything they want to do. I don't have any Fate streams to throw at anyone or anything. I do have to progress the date, so I will do that.
The date. Is that a Friday now? What was it? I forget.
Now it's a Wednesday.
Wednesday. All right. Hump day.
And yeah.
Are the days of the week just like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or are they like named after the gods? is the week in Eden only 4 days?
I, for the sake of convenience, have like. Wait, what? Hold on. Just come again. They don't wait. I fixed it so that we have all the days of the week. If that's the question.
I was asking if like the days, if like a month in like a week in Eden is only 4 days.
No.
And if like
they're named after
days of-
something, not the gods, but something, and
and
I don't
there's
know what they
7
would.
of them.
Huh?
And there's 7 of them, and
Yeah.
there's 28 to 31 days in every month.
Yeah, look,
depending
I'm not
on the
going to world
month.
build a calendar. That's not something I'm interested in. So we are translating the calendar to something we recognize.
But you
If I have
did
to
at
hand
least
wave.
like make all the languages up and everything, right? Oh no. Where's your Silmarillion? That's all I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do have technically a Silmarillion. It's just not as in depth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ludwig would probably go to meet Sonus at the Riverkeep then, if that's
Okay.
where we were looking at going.
Yeah, I think that that makes sense. Sonus, do you also happen to be like going to meet up with like what is your kind of plan? I mean, if you want to just say that you're heading to the Riverkeep to meet up with them, that's fine for the sake of convenience.
I'm probably just heading to the Riverkeep. I don't
Okay.
know what Sonus's plan right now is.
That's fair. Yeah, I think like
His main big character goal kind of got taken care of, which is totally fine. I think he might just like double down and focus on the spreading his name thing, or I maybe have one other idea.
Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. So, okay. So you guys are like headed to the River Keep. I think do you have any preference on who arrives first?
I don't.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go with Ludwig first, I guess. If that's okay. So like you're going, there's the usual crowd of people in the streets. It's like busy as you're heading there. There seems to be a bigger crowd as you're like getting close to the River Keep. And like, you know, you probably, as you like push through and like get closer, you realize that there's like the brass scales are there. Basically, you like see maybe, I don't know, like a couple faces you recognize, and then like also you see brass, and they're like basically standing at the gates of the River Keep, and he's like standing there, kind of arms crossed, like staring at one of the guards standing outside the gate. And yeah.
Oh
Huge.
boy.
He's going to look for our friend whose name it starts with a U, and boy oh boy, I don't have it on hand because it's been a couple months.
Yzma?
Is it Yzma?
It's not Yzma.
Yzma? Am I crunk? It's Zima. It is so close. It starts with a Z. That's what got me. Yeah, he'll look for Zima to see if she's around.
Okay. I don't need to make you roll a perception check. She does not appear to be here at the moment, no.
Okay. He will kind of hang out and just see if are they like shouting anything, or are they just standing there grumpily?
They're just standing there in silence right now. Yeah. They appear to be waiting semi-patiently.
Okay, you're going to be the advisor? You can do this? How? Oh, okay. Second time's the try. Hey, Bress.
Yeah. I think he like looks over at you and unfolds his arms.
It's good to see you made it back.
Yeah, he kind of like takes a moment to respond, and then he's like, yeah, he's like, I see that you and your party have made it back as well.
Yeah.
You were more
It was a tough time, but yeah.
You were more successful than I had anticipated. But imagine my surprise when I returned and no emperor has been announced. The slaying of Salamander has not been made public. And yet there is a new resident in the River Keep.
Well, you understand these things take time. You don't want to just jump into it. There's a little bit of planning. Plus, someone's been going around and killing people. I think you may have known him at one point. Aberys Kane, ring a bell?
And then, yeah, he'll be definitely like eyeballing his face because this is the first time he's had a chance to name drop that in front of him.
Right. Moments. Sorry.
I'm deeply concerned by this.
No, so sorry.
there's dice rolling too.
Yeah. You're
This is
you're
concerning.
perceiving something about it? Anyway,
Mm.
so he looks like surprised, but like I'm gonna say that's kind of the most you get.
Okay.
You are welcome to use your hero point if you want.
No, I think that's as long as that's the reaction and not a well, you figured it out.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like but yeah, you gotta tell Seth. He's like our
And do
paths
we
have crossed, yes.
okay, out of character and
Mhm.
out of everything, do we know that Brass is Adam's son?
Sonus
You guys can
or-
have put it together.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sonus at this point just like believes that to be truth, and wasn't it pretty much like yeah. I was gonna say I mean Calvin even
Mm-hmm.
thought it was the case.
Okay, that just kind of informs.
Yeah. Well, would you believe that he was working with the fellas that killed Adam?
There's like another brief delay, and then he's like, I have not kept that man's company.
Thinks that's probably wise. It seems like heroism doesn't always last. So yeah, what are you just hanging out? Can we help you?
Your guards refuse to announce my presence to the apparent new emperor.
Oh,
They are having
come
me
on,
wait.
guys. You're not bringing the whole army, I assume.
No, he like shakes his head. He doesn't even have most of his forces here. It's just like a group.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, let's go. He's good. Bryce is with me.
They kind of look a little concerned, but
Wait, so is Ludwig talking with Brad?
you probably see this, yeah, as you like walk up.
Where are we at? Sorry.
Outside the river keep.
Okay. I think Sonus would catch up with Ludwig and like go with him.
I saw this. Bryce and I were just talking about some of the recent events that he might be interested in. The whole Aberyscade and Calvin situation. We can trust you to kind of keep it under wraps for a little bit. We don't want to shock everyone with this. But please come on inside.
Yeah, I guess he will nod. Yeah, and the guards like do kind of they look uncomfortably at each other, and then they stand aside.
Like he's going to kill us all or anything. Oh, silence that worries me. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Yeah, I do think he just kind of looks at you, and but yeah, he doesn't seem humored by the joke.
Probably
and
because it's crossed his mind a couple times, yeah.
he is weaponed, I guess. It's it's got a sword at its side, it's got a shield.
Yeah, that's fine. So do we. Come on.
Yeah. And so yeah. And Sonus, you just said you're like kind of just following them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you guys walk inside, and then like the guards are very like no one else, like no one else in Brass's crew.
Of course.
Yeah, and yeah. So then like I guess maybe a runner runs like ahead of you guys, and Solus, I don't know, like you've probably been mostly left alone in the morning. I don't know like what your routine has been for your first morning in the River Keep.
I don't know. It's probably not that much different from like his regular routine, like being in the city. He probably like gets up and tries to figure out like, do I make myself breakfast?
Yeah, right.
What's
Like
the
where
procedure
even
here?
is the kitchen?
Like so if he's probably up at around the same time, and then he asks someone where the kitchen is, and then goes to the kitchen to make himself food.
Yeah, and I think they like, yeah, they just tell you where the kitchen is, and then when you go there, like if you start putting together food, I think there's like some like I don't know what the term, I guess like chef, whatever you would call the sous chef of a castle, head of the kitchen. He like comes over and like kind of bows his head, and he seems like a little nervous, and he's like, my emperor, we have cooks and chefs who could make something for you. You don't have to trouble yourself.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm not quite emperor yet. And he's just like cracking like 2 eggs.
Yeah.
In one hand, he just like cracks 2 eggs and just like discards the eggshells.
Yeah. And I think he's just like, he kind of looks around, and there's like a couple of other like cooks basically just like standing around. And they, normally they cook for, recently they've primarily cooked for Sinecchio and like the other like servants and like the guards and stuff. And a lot of them are like standing around kind of like watching their apparent new emperor like just cooking. And this head chef kind of like shoos them away and like, go back to your duties. And then it'll like turn back to you and it'll say, he just kind of stands there, hands folded in front of him, and he's like, if you need anything, if you need to be acquainted with the kitchen, if you need to know where anything is, I'm at your disposal.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Solus. Nice to meet you.
Yes, Lord Abishan. A pleasure to meet you in the flesh as well. I'm Burz.
Excellent.
And yeah, so he mostly just like observes, I guess. And yeah, if you have anything you need, he's just ready to hop to and like let you know where it is. Kind of taking up like a introduce you to the kitchen role rather than like a let me make food for you role. Like if this is what's going on, all right.
Yeah. So he's just like, I need some salt and pepper.
Yes, and he like runs and he'll like go to show you where the it's like pretty close at hand, but he like shows you the compartment where it is, and like yeah, sets it out for you.
And then a bowl and a utensil.
Yes, and yeah, fetches that as well. Yeah, and that back and forth continues. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, and Solus's eggs are already done, so he just like puts them into the bowl and salts and peppers them, and then goes to his pan.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I think you're finishing up there when like we see. I think we jump back to this runner. Like everyone's leisurely walking through the grounds of the River Keep to the like actual structure, the actual like quarters, and entering inside. And meanwhile, we like jump to this runner who like goes to the Emperor's quarters first, and like some attendant who's there is like, oh no, the Emperor asked where the kitchen was. I think he headed that way. And this runner's just like, what? Okay, and like darts back off. Probably like runs past the party again, like heading off to the kitchen. And then Solos, we see this runner kind of like knocking on the door to the kitchen, and then like being let in by one of the other cooks, and then he like kind of steps inside, trying not to look like he's catching his breath. He says, "Your Excellency, you have some guests. Your advisor is here with your traveling companion, Sonus, I believe his name is, and they have brass in tow."
Solace just like looks and is like wide-eyed. He's like, "Oh well, I hope they don't cause any trouble. I'll be heading in that direction immediately." And is just like walking out of the kitchen with like his bowl of eggs,
Okay.
his fork or spoon.
Yeah. Probably handed you a fork. Yeah, and the runner will like kind of run ahead of you and head back to the party to let them know you're on the way, basically. Yeah. So yeah, guys, this runner comes back to the party and like kind of bows in front of you, Ludwig, and says, "The Emperor is on his way. He will meet you here." And it's kind of like just like I don't think you guys have actually entered a building yet. It's like just kind of the courtyard in front of the keep. And yeah.
Are you alright, bud? You're kind of out of breath.
he stands up, and he doesn't actually look bad. Like there's kind of a subtle like accelerated, like kind of a controlled accelerated breathing.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, "Yes, I'm perfectly fine."
Oh. Great. Yeah, Brad, this way. You didn't run into any troubles with the rest of those folks up north, right?
I think he doesn't really turn to you when he responds. He says, "They were." What's the word? Sorry. I'm gonna look something up.
I killed them all, not
Yes.
just the men, but the women and children too. I don't
Um,
like sand. Oh no.
Yike. Yeah, he's like, "They were not in a fighting mood by the time I ran into them.
Oh, good.
Very agreeable at that point."
Great. Yeah, I know the Emperor will want to talk more. I just want you to know that I hope there are no hard feelings.
You met the conditions of the council.
Yeah, I see kind of where you're going. I hope that we can meet your conditions too. I know that you can be a bit prickly at times, but I know you want what's best for Eden, and I hope you know that we do too.
Let me see. So just carrying forward that perception check from earlier, he like shoots a glance to you. That there's quite a bit of annoyance, quite a bit of irritation in that glance. Like it's a very dismissive, angry look.
That's fair. That's
and
fair.
he's like, yeah, I think he does that, and he says, "I am best for Eden, and on that point, I believe we will disagree."
Yeah, I understand. I hope over time we can change your mind and see that it's not so bad. But I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think that's probably about the time that Solus like kind of walks out of the,
You're out of a servant's corridor.
yeah, like as yeah. um, you guys are all like looking. There's like these steps. Like this is a pretty. You see that it's like a pretty ornate building. There's like kind of this main like circular like uh, front portion to the keep, and like inside of that there's like these kind of curved stairs that go up towards the structure itself, and like big grand doors inside, like underneath this large roof. And then I think we hear like off to the side just like the squeak of a fairly unused hinge being forced to move. And just kind of this more shoddy wooden door off to the side. Everyone like turns and like sees Solus like just coming out of this side servant entrance, closing the door behind him.
Hey,
Hello, my liege.
please don't call me that.
I think yeah, as you're approaching and having that back and forth, Brass bows his head a little bit. Not a full bow, just like tilting his head down. Says Lord Abishin.
Oh, Brass, you've made it back safe.
As have you and your lot.
Ah, well. Sometimes you get lucky.
So it would seem.
We just saw him on his way in. He was just wanting a rundown. I felt we owed him that much, at least.
Okay, well, let's not talk out here. Let's go somewhere more not outside.
I think give me a diplomacy check for that.
Who?
Solus, yeah.
Looking at a different page.
I'd say hopefully not. I mean, actually, Ludwig's not a slouch at diplomacy, but I mean, he's no Solus.
uh, okay. I think. Yeah, he just kind of there's just like a sharp breath out his nose as he like crosses his arms and nods at that request.
If you would prefer to stay outside, that's fine. I mean no ill will or to have any real intention to command you to do anything you would not feel up to doing.
What I have to say can be said here or anywhere.
Of course, let's hear it.
And I okay. Yeah, I think he like turns to you then and sorry, let me think of what he's gonna say here for a second, if that's okay.
Fuck you.
I think he yeah, so he unfolds his arms and says, as you are the Emperor by the Council's metric. I understand you are likely to be crowned soon. But I am the son of our previous emperor. And it angers me to see someone else take his throne. I would challenge you to a duel for it.
Why didn't you just claim blood earlier?
I need a tie stronger than that.
Apparently not anymore.
I would accept defeating... I would accept defeating the Emperor to be crowned in single combat as a strong enough tie.
Okay, so what is is there any precedent for this?
Fuck no. Like, the last thing was a ruling family. It was all by blood. So, like, if precedent says he has a stronger claim than you on that front. But, like, this is a very different political, like, ruling system than what was in place before, and there's only been one ruler. So, like, no. There is no precedent for anything. Yeah. So you are under no obligation to accept his challenge.
Oh no, that's
But-
that's not even remotely what's gonna happen here. Like,
Okay.
there's no way that Solace is gonna fight him.
Okay.
Like, there's no, because like really that's not a fair fight.
Yeah.
So he's just, so Solace says you would fight me, a
definitely
mere bard, a musician. It seems not like very much of a fair fight, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, it seems that brutality is the new way to the throne. I'm just following the new customs.
Well, no, you
I'm very
see, Brad,
confused, sir.
that's
'Cause-
not exactly true.
To me, it seems like you were very much okay with doing the brutality yourself, but now that somebody else has done it, you've grown angry. It seems. I'm
not here to be judged.
not judging you. I'm just saying it makes very little sense. It seemed that the first time we had met, you were you wanted more than just to be Adam's son to be the emperor.
If you do not see the difference in coming to the throne through your blood rather than my father's, then
And you're
I don't know what I can do to
go ahead.
show you the difference.
maybe you can enlighten me. And we can come to an understanding. And we can talk with our words and not with our swords. Why come now and try and claim the throne through blood when you could have done so much earlier?
Defeating you, taking the throne from you, that would be still be seen as earning it in a fashion. Not the fashion I would have liked, but the only one available to me now.
Why do you even want to be emperor?
I am under no obligation to explain myself to you.
No, but you know, it kind of helps. You don't really seem like the kind of guy to run a country. It's not exactly a as you said, barbaric way. I trust we are not going down that path ourselves. While our approach to gaining the crown, throne, whatever, is not exactly the most normal. I don't think you could say that we are a group of barbarians.
You'll excuse me if I will not entrust my city to the son of street performers and thugs.
Everyone,
No. You do not get to speak about my family like that.
It's a very slow turn to you, Sonus. And then he looks back to Solus.
You really have street performers in your family?
It's not a necessary answer.
No, I think Sodus's like viewpoint was that Brass doesn't know who Sonus's family is. So like how can he
Yeah, I mean-
speak on who they are?
I think he just now assumes that you're like Solus's weird half brother. Like, that's what that statement has convinced him of. Just like, whatever, okay, that's weird.
Nepotism already. These guys must die.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure how to tell you that I have no. Okay, well, actually, I'll just be honest with you. I have no intention of accepting your duel.
Then we may stop wasting our breaths. And he, like, turns.
However,
He'll stop.
if you bring me the head and staff of Aberrus Kane, you can have the seat.
He kind of, like, turns, like, looks at you over his shoulder, and then, like, looks at the ground and back to you.
I will
like
not fight you. But if you can do this thing for me, I will relinquish the seat.
Sonus will walk over to Solus and like do the whole shoulder or like arm around shoulder thing, turn him away from the conversation for a second.
While that's
No.
happening, can you roll me a diplomacy check just to convince him that you're not like bullshitting him?
Now, Solus, I mean, what we could do, I'm not saying you have to, but I'm, just throwing it out there. You could have it be that if he does this for us, he then has to fight me.
Oh, yeesh. Why are any of us fighting each other?
I think in Sonus's head, it's like, if he can beat Brass, that...
Do- What heck would I have to make to know if Sonus would even be able to stand a chance against Brass?
Let's see.
Can
Because
Sonus
we don't
make the
actually
same
know that
check?
much about Brass statistically.
Right.
We did see him fight the Burning Man, and he was kicking ass.
True. Although they both rolled a shitload of ones.
True. But
so
he
like
was still standing pretty good, if I remember right. Like, he
Yeah.
didn't go down at all, did
Yeah,
he?
I'm just saying, this could
You can-
set us up for like a Rocky training montage.
you can do perception if you want to go on your own experiences, and you can do society if you want to do it based off of stories and such.
Can Sonus do the same?
Probably. Let's see. Society. Okay. Like, how to put this? It's not outside the realm of possibility that he could have, like, 1v1 to Salamander, to put it that way.
Stories, right?
Yeah.
want to corroborate stories with what I see in front of me then.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could have fought the Burning Man alone. Like, there were a lot of, like, deflected attacks and stuff, a lot of, like, misses, but between those, like, Brass's hits were, like, doing actual damage, whereas, like, most of Burning Man's hits were, glancing.
Oof.
Yeah, Solace, could I have a moment with you? Real quick, before we finish all this discussion and handshake on it?
Can Zona still roll a perception to see if he could possibly beat Brass just because?
Was that your perception? Was
No.
That was mine.
Oh, okay.
I think
I guess
can
the
do
thing
it.
is, like, the thing is like with a role like that, I probably just think that like maybe this like the stories are potentially mostly true.
Yeah, you have seen nothing to make you doubt those stories. Yeah. Let's see. Sonus, it would be like it would be tough, you think? Like, no accounting for luck. But if luck is not on your side, you'd think you would struggle.
But it's not impossible.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just confused. Why are we fighting at all? Like,
but
Brass, what can we do? Like, why do you think you even want to rule? It doesn't make sense to me. Is it like a pride thing? Is it something you want to do to show your dad that you can do it?
you're asking Brass.
I'm asking Brass, yeah.
Yeah, I think he says like I think again he's just like I do not trust you with my father's city. The last city from the age of the old gods. I don't think it is that hard to understand.
Yeah, I get that. I suspect we're going to see a lot of that going forward. People do seem to like you quite a bit.
Then he would definitely be looking at Solace with that like, the people really like him.
But yeah, I think like he looks at Sola. Sola said a thing that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And he's like,
No, he made an offer.
yeah. It's like yeah, like he seems to believe your offer, and he's like, the head of Eberus
have-
came for the throne,
And his staff.
and his staff.
You have 2 days. My coronation will be in 2 days.
I think he gives like a shallow, curt, like respectful nod, and he'll like, again, I think this time he like bows, and then stands up and like
And then-
turns.
I would like a full explanation. If we can be friends about this, of course.
Yeah, it's like, now or after I have brought the head.
Since I've returned, there has been a lot of trying to put you on the throne. The council refuted me and my party's perfectly legitimate competition,
he turns back around and he says, I can give no explanation for the wriggling of worms.
Pretty good line.
All I can say is other people know of my blood and think it means... He shakes his head.
Okay. I really wish Grad hadn't fucking left.
Oh no. I mean, me too.
This is not just your city. So it hurts for you to believe that I would do anything to harm it, but if that is the way you truly feel, then I guess there's nothing more to say.
Yeah. I think he nods again. And for like possibly the fourth time turns to leave.
Where's Senechio?
He's probably like he probably wasn't there at the start of this conversation, but he is probably standing like attentively at the base of the stairs of the keep at this point. And I'm you know, you guys are probably too distracted to see exactly when he showed up, but
I call to Senechio.
he'll walk up to you and like bow his head.
About my coronation. We're moving it to today.
He crooks an eyebrow?
Huh. Yeah.
I'm assuming Adam is out at this point.
Brass? Yeah, I
Or
think...
Brass, sorry. Well, Adam is, but
Yeah.
yeah, I meant Brass.
Adam has left the building. Brass is, he's like walking through the gates. It just, like I think we see Ludwig like glance back to look at Brass, and he's like, the gates are like closing behind him.
Huh. What are you doing? Do you really want to immediately lose the public support?
The people love me too.
You're going to immediately pit the city against itself?
If he wants the throne, Ludwig.
No, I get it. You're the ones that gave him an offer.
And I will
Your
give
first
it to
offer
him.
is a lie.
It's not a lie. What makes you think it's a lie?
Are you going to give up the throne?
I'm going to give him the throne. I'm going to do it as the emperor.
Okay.
Not as a stand-in.
Do you think he will respond well to this? Do you think
Probably
you are
not.
maybe making an immediate enemy where we could perhaps make a friend? Not
are-
an easy one, but
Already enemies, Ludwig.
there's a difference between rivals and enemies.
I think that you see a rival where there an enemy stands.
Ah. Okay, yeah. It's I guess you do have the power to do that should you desire. I would definitely recommend against it, but hey.
If we're not going to have the seat, then I would at least like to have the honor of having been crowned emperor by the people, at least for a minute.
Oh, it's a pride thing for you too.
Doesn't everything come out of pride?
I'm sadly beginning to see that.
Oop. That wasn't supposed to be as soulless, I apologize. Oh, it only shows that to me. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Okay.
You can't tell me that you're without pride.
That's true. I do have pride in certain things, but I also know when to set it aside. And perhaps when I'm going to be an emperor of a city, that would be a good time to practice a little bit of humility to start. And maybe realize that we can't just make promises that we're not ready to keep. And perceptions do matter. I understand. You will give him the throne, you'll turn it over or whatever, but do you really think that he will ever trust us again? What's the next step? So he wins. He gets it. Cool. You're no longer emperor, and you've made a forever enemy. He will not trust you.
You think he trusts anyone?
I'm saying we could make it happen. You don't lead this place by making everyone not trust you.
You can trust me here.
The trust can, run out. It's a
At
fragile
the moment,
thing.
it sounds like you
Fragile
and
thing,
him.
or is the trust? Oh, what?
I kind of feel like we lost some there.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I don't think I quite understand.
You said that you want making enemies of everybody, right? And that you don't make nobody is so you're saying that I'm losing trust, right?
Yes.
From
If
who?
you- From Brass.
Brass never trusted us. He was
And he never will.
expecting us to fail.
Great.
And
You're
you
right, he
think-
doesn't trust us now, but does that mean he will never trust us? No. But if you burn a bridge, you can't cross it later.
Maybe it won't be burned.
Maybe?
Okay, well, how about we say we give him 2 days and then we go and find this guy ourselves?
Oh. Sure, but again, it doesn't go great if you just crown yourself in the meantime.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Okay, great.
I guess we better start searching.
Are we searching too? Immediately? Because
Well, you don't
I hope you
want Brass to look
understand.
for you.
Frankly, at this point, I mean, I don't, obviously. There's things I want to do. But you're kind of painting us into a corner. As soon as we interfere, he's going to go, hey, these guys are keeping me from being emperor. And I can't say he'd be wrong.
Maybe that's a good time. Can I if I can jump the camera over a little bit?
Yeah.
So I think it fades out on this back and forth a little bit, and kind of turns towards the gate, goes through the gate, and then there's it kind of wraps around. You see the back of Brass, and it wraps around. He's addressing this kind of crowd, not a huge crowd, but just a crowd of interested people, being why is Brass is Brass taking the throne already? What's going on? And he just kind of addresses the crowd, and he's like, "Let this reach all the ears in Eden. Brass is looking for Aberyscane," and then kind of pushes through the crowd. His crew starts kind of going through the crowd as they kind of separate, and he walks forward. And I think that's kind of the last scene of the session.
That'll work.
Cool. I mean, if you guys want to talk more, that's fine. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's yeah, that works. Ooh, that is not where I expected it would go. Damn.
It was kind of a key thing that I want, like, I was like, this should probably happen before we have discussions about where we're
Yeah,
going.
no,
But
that's
also,
true.
that's not where I thought it was gonna go. You guys have pretty good. Like, I just thought Sonus was gonna be like, or Solus was gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna fight.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and Brass is just gonna leave mad. So this is interesting. You guys have ways of coming up with things that are just like, I know this is standard for D&D and Pathfinder and everything, but like just way outside what I'm expecting. And like
Yeah.
twisting things up pretty heavily. So I'm excited to figure out what this means.
Yeah. Oh boy. What a conundrum.
Like, I don't know.
Definitely did not. Well, I kind of expected Brass to try and challenge the throne.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see everyone's expectations on Brass in particular and like what you guys think he's gonna do.
Oh,
And
I think he's evil. I think he's a snake. More than Explicita ever was.
It's so weird. Because I feel like before all of this,
yeah.
Ludwig was the one who was like, we can't trust him. And now Ludwig is the one saying we should not make an enemy of him. But I don't like.
Oh,
Well,
there's
he
a
was
big
very-
difference between trust and
to me,
don't fuck him over. That's a huge
though,
difference.
He was just expecting us to always fail. So now that we've succeeded, his only option is to take by force.
That's
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what he sees.
But also,
but
like,
And they're like an option for friendship.
yeah, if we can convince him not, that's a huge boon. Because if he's got public support, he's not a person we want to piss off immediately.
It's also weird that he now cares about being.
No, that's like
Adam's
the thing.
son.
That's like it's so inconsistent. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Which part, Adam or Brass or Ludwig?
Okay, let's pee really quick because I think maybe once we go pee, we might
Okay.
have some clarity.
I also I think if Eve was here, there would have been a lot of like,
Oh man.
just let me fight him. Can I kill him?
Yep,
Can I fight him?
yep.
Let me fight him. I will
think
be your
you are
champion.
Correct. Yep. Me, coach, put
Yeah.
me in. Yeah. Yeah, no, this ooh boy, oof. This is gonna be a downer if Ludwig somehow manages to lose basically his research grant on everything.
Right.
Where did Mono go?
Bathroom, I think.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. I hear that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I should switch the songs because it's been this for like 2 hours.
And I'm falling asleep. No.
Yeah, the bells they're very soothing. I love that song. I probably use
Yeah.
it too much for the like intrigue and
What is
Eden
it?
stuff. Moonlight City Roa. It's like the Lantern City from Legend of Mana.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That makes sense.
I've got some real pump up songs we could do. I was gonna put on Rengar from League of Legends, which is just
You could play
Exactly.
You could play Big Band's theme.
I don't have that available.
All right.
You should make it available.
I peed. I still don't understand where he's coming from.
Where Brass is coming from?
Make some dice rolls.
Okay.
What?
Let's see.
Big Band's theme is so good.
Well, that's not true. I understand where he's coming from, but
No,
also
just trashing on Big Band's theme.
What?
Where Ludwig is coming from or Brass?
Brass.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's tough for us to know from him because he's not talking, but I mean, I think I can understand where he's coming from. Like, I get it. He's
To me,
deeply disappointed that he thought he could earn his way to the crown. He sees someone that he does not believe really should have earned it. Like, it was a fluke that we got it. I mean, he's gonna do what it takes to get it back. Because everybody keeps telling him he should be king. I mean, at some point, he's probably gonna believe it too. And hell, maybe he should be. But, I mean,
it's
that's
just-
not what we want.
Yeah, to me it's just weird that he was like, "Oh, I'm not like, I don't want anything to do with like being Adam's son type deal,"
Sure.
or I
So
don't
that
want
just-
that to be. I don't want that to be a defining characteristic of who I am.
Take it from a perspective of he's giving you context, not give me the throne, I'm Adam's son. He very clearly was like, I challenge you to a duel, and if I win the duel, give me the throne. He wasn't saying, give me the throne because Adam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like definitely throwing in our
Thank-
face that
thank
like
God.
people know he's Adam's son.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It like the
Okay.
thing is like it's for me the concepts are not separable. Because one is very deeply rooted in the cause of another.
Yes, like,
Because Adam's son, he has to feel like he needs to prove that he deserves to be on the throne.
correct.
Mm-hmm.
Fair assessment.
Like so while like yes he's saying like this what I just like for me the concepts are just very deeply correlated, so
Yeah, they're probably twisted up together. Probably he can't separate them out super well, because people are bad at that. But, like...
okay, time to message Grad because I have to have him killed now.
Yeah, that would be. I'm hoping you're
Uh.
doing that away from Ludwig, because yeah, that would be a big problem for
The
him.
thing is like it's very like to me it doesn't feel like Ludwig is really very much of a good ally.
In terms of what?
Because you want to take time, right? And like there's so here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
If Solace just says no, I won't fight you, and no, you can't have the throne,
That's
what is
fine.
Brass gonna do?
He's gonna get pissy, but eventually he'll get over it.
How do you know?
Call it an educated guess, and at the very least, you didn't
Because-
actively fuck him over.
I'm not actively fucking him over.
If you take away the chance to
Oh, and I
take
seceded
it.
that I seceded, and I said we'll give him 2 days.
Yep, and you almost did something that made it look
Well-
like, we're not gonna give you that.
He almost did something that would have been a bad look, but he would have, like, he still had the intent of carrying through. And maybe there would have been a conversation with Brass being like,
Right? Yeah. No.
What are
I
you
get
doing?
it. Yeah. It's not. I mean, we are. If we're talking Emperor level optics, like Ludwig understands. Like this is no more like we get to be cutesy necessarily. Like this is a fucking knife fight situation all the time. Of you can't say that and do something else and expect the other person to be okay with it ever.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a case of he's worried about.
But like on the other hand, there is a reasonable like, if Solus is just like, if Solus just says like, okay, I'm gonna give up the throne and give it to Brass. Technically, if he does that before he's inaugurated, that's like handing the keys back to the council, sorta.
Sure.
So like, there's reasonable cause to want to secure the crown before giving it away.
I think that would need to be a discussion with Brass at that point. Like, I don't think you can do that without.
Brass doesn't have anything to give back.
I don't know that I agree with that based on the way that we've heard about the crowds and the people talking about it. I think they're like, Ludwig's a big believer in crowd strength. I mean, you can call yourself king all day, but if no one follows you, it doesn't matter.
It is also true that Solus is popular himself, and so is like portions of his family. So
it's true, but that's exactly what he was going for. Of do not split the city immediately.
But there's nothing stopping him from me. For if we go with like, okay, no, like we won't be doing any of this. Like you lost and we won.
Yeah.
So there's nothing stopping someone who has that much support and an actual literal army from doing the same thing.
Correct, but that's why you don't give them the opportunity for them to go and say, hey, they said that I could do this, and now they're fucking around.
No one is fucking around. The thing is like, you think I'm deceiving him.
No, it's the perception. It doesn't, like... Perception is enough in these cases. Like, you may not actually do anything. Like you're saying, you may turn it over just like you said. Great. But the perception of going, I'm just going to take it real quick in case you don't, and boy, it'd be nice to find him, and all that jazz is...
A lot of this confusion could be solved by a runner. So...
Yes, correct, exactly. Is don't just send him away. If you're gonna do this, tell him, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep the seat warm if you manage to do this. Yeah. But then you also have to accept that if you make this offer, he can do it. Great. Then you're accepting that he will do that, and then anything else we were gonna do with the throne is off the table. And that is also a consideration for Ludwig, because he doesn't, shockingly, want that to happen. There's a lot of stuff that he wants.
No, people. Sorry.
With having the basically the access to resources.
Right. Yeah. It's true. It's real fast to have a door closed on you, yeah.
Exactly. Is there's all this like, ooh, wow, there's all these resources you might have, all these like research possibilities, and that's really great. And then to have your friend make something he didn't need to do and go like, oh yeah, I'd give it away if you do this. Oh, great. No, that's fine. We're just gonna that's cool. And
I have
I jumped into this thing's mouth so you could shoot an arrow into it at the end, but that's fine. That's fine. It's no problem at all.
Two things though. Is like we've been here for a week and we have not made any actual real progress towards finding this guy.
I mean, other than figuring out his name.
Okay, we have a name, but we don't have anything else.
The
like, it's not very likely.
Thing?
Sorry, Connor, can you...
Location.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Connor.
I was gonna say... What is there for Aberystwyth Kane to really target us for now? Like...
Right.
Because Calvin's out of the picture.
No, the thing is like this is very clearly this has a lot to do with Brass.
to me, it's
right? Like
What
this
a-
whole
what about the-
entire thing where Brass is now so like his only goal right now is to get onto the throne. Because he's doing what he thinks is protecting the city, right?
Uh-huh.
But why now and not before?
Because he thought he had a way to do it before that didn't require doing this. Like that's what he's been telling us. He would have done it the other way.
What I'm also wondering, or like what I also feel is, I feel like there's a chance that Brass and like Aberys Kane are still somehow working together.
No, that's my thing, is that like they're working together. Like to me it sounds like they're working together.
Moto's like, yes.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean, Ludwig did not get that impression, certainly. He's had a few perception checks that would make him go, no, they're probably not still working together.
Right, but like all you got was I was surprised. Like he looks surprised.
Yeah.
That's very little like actual information. It's like, oh well, how do you know his name? Like, oh dang, like
Well, we know he knew him.
yeah, but like he doesn't know that.
Yeah,
Know that we know he knew.
Yeah.
we didn't know because Brass told us. We knew from like outside sources.
Yeah, but I mean, why would he tell? Like that wouldn't be something that would just come up. Hey, I knew this guy. Like, obviously not everybody knows him, and I doubt people knew he was an assassin or anything. I mean, if you suspect Adam is, killing people to try and take it, hey,
Well,
that's
Adam died.
That's yours. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, sorry, Brass.
But like then
yeah, I
Brass
keep
has no
misspeaking.
other gambit.
Yeah. Except for the one you just gave him, I guess.
Like there's no other reason for him to want to like
To want the throne?
because he could have just had it. There's nothing like the thing is like how long were we emperorless for?
Again, it goes back to if he wanted to earn it, then he wanted to earn it. He
But, like,
still
in
wants
his-
to earn it.
In his eye, like in the eyes of the people though, he had already earned it.
Well,
Okay.
except that's not exactly true, because from what I remember in the beginning, it was you have all of these people making claims that they are Adam's son and that they're Adam's blood, and they didn't actually like look into it. They didn't believe that any of these people were. So at that point, it could have been no one actually knew that Brass was.
So then what information changed that like is verifying that Brass is actually Adam's son?
I mean, you had council members who were like agreeing with that, which was different from the beginning.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to if he felt that he needed to earn it, he's still going down that path. Like, he has not changed from the I'm going to earn the crown.
It is odd how he. I don't know. 'Cause
So you're really quiet, Connor.
Yeah, Connor,
Connor,
you
you
are.
have a plan.
We're losing you.
Oh really?
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like turned away from my mic.
Oh, that'd do it. Eat
anyway,
that
is it-
mic.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's very clear to me that Brass is not dumb.
I'd agree with that.
yeah.
It's very like like if we're endangering the throne for like what am I trying to say? The thing is like the only connection I'm seeing is Brass started this whole thing where he plots to kill his dad, right? And he
Okay.
knows like this old wizard friend who is like pretty good at magic, right?
Okay. We
So-
switched places in here somewhere.
Who switched places?
Solus and Ludwig. I mean, yeah, it's very possible.
But
that's
like, no, the
case.
thing is like, they're not so like. It's the only thing that makes sense, and it's like this does not feel harebrained, because I feel like this is really reasonable. Brass sees no way for him to take the throne from his dad other than to kill him, right?
I
So
mean,
it's-
sure, or he could just be a guy that, you know, wants to be the king and feels he has to earn it. Like,
But that's not consistent. Like, the thing is like, that doesn't, like, yes, you could just easily separate it from all the other information we have about what's happened. Right? You could easily separate that.
uh-huh.
But if you contextualize it with the information we have, what else is there? Like, like, I realize that, like, you're compartmentalizing this, but, like, you can't really, like... I just personally see it as all connected and you don't, which is fine. But if Aberus Kane and Brass are working together, then Solace loses nothing, and Brass gets what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like, it sucks that you, like, Ludwig is gonna lose in this, but maybe you can still work for him. Maybe you can still be in the council some way.
I did have a
don't-
question about that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Ludwig will probably rightfully be bummed that he is losing this opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm curious how Nathan feels.
I definitely, like, that would suck. It's not the end of the world, right? It's fine. I think, so first, I don't, I'm gonna put this nicely. I don't appreciate the compartmentalizing stuff. I get where you're coming from, but I don't love the tone of I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, right?
I'm not saying that, but to me,
I
that's what it sounds
understand.
like.
I understand, and I'm putting that back towards you. That is what it sounds like to me. But where I'm going with this is from what Ludwig knows of Adam and having talked with him and stuff, he seems like he genuinely wants to take the crown. We have not seen him be duplicitous in such a fashion. He leads a whole group of he has an army. Like, we can say, yeah, maybe he killed him. As far as we know, Calvin killed him.
But
yeah,
Calvin
maybe.
wanted to put Brass on the throne.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Well, okay, one thing I will say and toss out there is it seemed like when Calvin threw that out, it was more of in response to us putting
Correct.
someone onto the throne, not because he had never mentioned it before.
Yeah, it's the same problem of
Right, but like the
This
thing is,
is-
nobody expected us to actually do it.
yes, but that kind of goes back to your
But
previous
what?
point of why didn't he just take over the throne
No,
years
and it's
before and just be like,
totally-
Brass, son.
It's totally fine, right? Like, no, he wanted to prove him. Okay, that's totally fine, right? Like, that's not inconsistent with what I'm saying.
Yes, but why would he have waited then?
I
Like,
don't
yeah,
know.
he could have proved himself. Well, it's the same it's the same question, right? Same debate.
Right, but like the thing is like it's not contextualized with what, like, I just don't feel like it makes
Hey,
with what
Dylan,
we know
Yeah.
and the way he's acting.
can Sonus make an underworld roll to try and see if there is any connection Like if he can figure out any connection between between Brass and like pretty much try and figure out if Brass maybe has somehow set up any like ill intentions, or like maybe he was a part of killing.
I feel like you have already kind of made that role in the past, in some ways. So like I can recap what you know, I guess.
Sure.
Like what you've kind of gotten from that.
And maybe I can figure out another question or something.
Let's see. Basically, a pertinent piece of information. I don't know. Is it kind of giving it away if I just like pointedly point out what you've learned, or like some things and not others?
Just lay it out, and
Yeah.
I think we can all. Because I think we like just getting a refresher on information that we know about Brass
Yeah.
is going to be better than continuously going back and forth right now.
Yeah.
You
that's
know
fair.
that.
That's good thinking.
You know that Brass knew Aberys. Aberys wasn't like going by that name. People didn't know that he was Aberys Kane. You have no idea what Brass knew on that front. You know they had a falling out. Like Brass and Aberys Kane had a rough departure. Sometime before Adam died. Like within, I don't remember the exact time frame I gave you, but like within 6 months of Adam dying.
Yeah.
I
have it somewhere, but yeah.
Yeah, they had some kind of falling out. You are not aware of any connections between Brass and any of the council members directly, other than like Calvin said something once about putting Brass on the throne, basically. If anyone has more on that, feel free to correct me. That's just what I remember giving you.
When did he talk with the underworld people in Eden about that?
Sonus?
Yeah. Oh no, here it is. It's Green Rock. It says, my notes are so good. He did an excellent underworld lore check on Brass. That's what I got.
Oh, well, that's just that was about like him having a claim to the throne, basically.
Gotcha.
Which is where he started to be like, oh, maybe he's Adam's son.
Wait, so that was before we left for Salamander, wasn't it?
It was when you were at Green Rock Hill.
Oh, okay. Is there any way I could maybe try and do something similar in Eden? Wait.
Yeah,
Can I maybe try and figure out what Aberys Kane went by? If that wasn't Aberys Kane.
Let's see. Yeah, go for it.
Cool.
Can
I re-roll?
Yeah, you can use you can use your hero point. Sorry, I didn't give out many hero points this session either. I need to be better about that. There was a lot of good role playing, so I should have done.
Oh my god.
Sorry. But I'm gonna say basically no. It's just like, you know. Let's see. You could like go have a conversation with people who work with Brass, like people in the scales, to be like, hey, this mage guy who was always kind of bundled up when he was working with you guys, did you know his name? Did you have a name for him? But like, it's gonna be very obvious. It's probably gonna get back to Brass that you're like looking into when Aberys was with them.
I'm assuming you would want us to wait for next session to try and do any of that.
Probably. And I will say, like, like, I don't know. He was trying to lay low, right? So...
What I was gonna say is maybe Proclus might know some stuff about.
It's not a bad idea.
Because he's been around for a while. The Bronze Darters and the Brass Scales kind of.
Yeah, they've had some crossover and stuff.
They've had history and crossover.
Mm-hmm.
He was closer. He worked close with a Calvin. So.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Is there any other questions I can answer here? I'm gonna have to like hop out pretty quick. But
that's fine. I should probably get some sleep anyways.
Okay. I will say, let's see. I don't know. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever. Calvin's dead, so it's hard to understand his motivation for any of this at this point. So anything you guys say about it, it's probably going to be an assumption. So just keep that in mind, I guess.
That's fair.
I mean, hey, at least now it's confirmed that Brass is Adam's kid.
Yeah.
At least by him.
Right. Yeah, a lot to think about. Alright, yeah. Cool, well, thanks for running it, man. Kind of a weird one this time, but...
I enjoyed it. I particularly enjoyed the end myself.
Yeah, I'm overtired probably too, which probably doesn't help my my hot takes on it. Yeah, I don't quite get why we did that, but you know, neither did I understand the whole salamander head, so we'll get there.
Yeah. I like the weird swing, but I can understand why it might be weird and maybe frustrating.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair take on it. Is I just need a little bit of time to ponder on it, and
okay.
Yeah, it is I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for playing. Really, I don't know. Let's see. There's probably potential for some more fighty dice rolling soon. It's been a lot of like talky sessions in a row, which I'm cool with. But yeah.
I mean, I feel like most of us are all right with the political like the role playing part of it.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean,
I don't. I wouldn't hate a little bit of bing bang boom action, but also like Ludwig's built for a lot of the political and research stuff. So
Bonus is definitely not, but I still love doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool.
Really.
Sorry. I'm looking forward to next week. I've got a lot of stuff to work on now in a lot of directions, so yeah. Moto, I'm curious. You said something about messaging Gino, so I'm curious what questions you'll have or what you'll be going over. I should give you guys XP. Is it okay if I do that next time?
Yeah.
Okay. It's been a lot of political stuff, but you've also gotten a lot of goals.
Where should we be at?
The thing is,
like 20 XP into level 60 or level 6. Lol.
There's going to be some stabbing that is going to start occurring, and I would hate for him to miss out on stabbing people.
Okay. Sure. All right, cool. Let me know how it goes, I guess. Yeah, I will get this uploaded on my YouTube and and Twitch, like, probably tonight, tomorrow. I don't know. So,
Nathan.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to run something by you, maybe as an addition to the pamphlets.
Yes.
What if we made a group like the Brass Scales.
Okay. All right.
So from what I've gotten so
Okay.
far,
I am gonna go take a shower. I will.
I'm also gonna do that shortly.
I'll talk to you all later. I hope
Alright.
like
It is.
I hope you're not too like hurt, Nathan. But I think it's just very clear that we feel very differently about this, and like
Yeah, I'd
I hope
agree
that,
with
like
that.
you don't. I hope that you like don't necessarily hate me for it, but
No,
I
trust me, there's
like the
no
thing
hate.
is like I totally understand where you're coming from. Where like you feel like I'm taking something away from you, and like I don't have the power to do so, and I understand that. But
Yeah.
I guess like the thing is like if I guess if Brass can find this guy,
Uh-huh.
then there's nothing stopping him from just killing us all anyways. And if he has the people's support, then he can just do that.
I
Because it
guess
seems like
yeah.
like you can get away with a lot if you have the support of the people. If you're asking me,
I would agree with that. I don't think I quite understand giving him the opportunity to do that. But you know,
we're an
it's,
equal.
it's done.
We're an equal opportunity lender here.
Well, that's and that might be just a problem with how we've done this. And now that I'm seeing it, I am seeing a bit of a problem with making one character emperor. Is it can definitely be a well, I'm just gonna do it. Ooh,
One-
there might be a little bit more inter-party conflict as tonight shows, which is a little concerning.
Yeah, and I
There-
like
like the
inter-party
there's a-
conflict when it's inter-party and not inter-player. So,
Right.
We can
And
probably
that-
work to
I
smooth
think
it
the
over.
power dynamic gets a little funky,
Like,
for sure.
narratively, this is probably a no-no, but in terms of, like, cohesion and keeping it cool for everyone, I'm okay just saying, like, if we want, I can just say, whatever is going to happen, like, Brass isn't going to de facto, like, get the throne from this. Like, I can work out a way where he misses the mark somehow.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Like, I get where you're going from there. I mean, it's one of those, if the avenue is open, I think it's fair game, right?
Okay.
I mean, for Pete's sake, that's how we got the way there. I think opening that door that's kind of where I run into that power is that kind of doesn't feel great. I will, yep, that's fair. Part of that is definitely like, that is definitely some Nathan feelings of like, why did we? Part of this too is I kind of wanted to wrap it up so we could get Gino back, and honestly, it kind of feels like the more we piddle around with the waiting to take the Emperor, because now it's okay. Well, we were gonna do it in 2 days. Okay, well now we might do it in 2 days.
Like the thing is like I did say, well, okay, we can just wait to do it in 2 days. I did say that I would wait.
Right. No, and I agree, but that's the I think part of it was I was hoping we could get to that arc end point and then decide where to go. Because it feels like we're like, I'm kind of feeling Gino right now as this is stretching and I want that spot where we can go cut here, figure out where we're going again, kind of reorient true north and go.
Yeah, here's what I'll say, is that it's not going to take 2 days for Brass to find Aberrus Kane. And you guys are definitely going to know where Aberrus Kane is. Like, shortly. So, it's kind of an accelerant.
Situation?
Wait.
Did you see the movie?
No, I did not.
I don't want to spoil it. It's very good. But, okay, yes, watch that movie.
Okay. So, yeah, this is acted in an accelerant, even if it doesn't necessarily feel that way. Also, I was going to set up Brass to be... I was going to put this somewhere anyway. I don't know.
I think that's fair. Like, it's definitely a good...
Are you trying to say you were going to make Brass
thing.
Emperor?
No.
No, but yeah, like I am 100% if we're talking like a movie, this is the teaser for part 2.
Right.
Like that sounds awesome. I love it. What I don't like is it gets to the end of the movie and there's okay, here we go. We're almost done and oh, the runtime's 45 more minutes? Oh, now we're dealing with brass, huh? It's a real Death Note thing where you're like, oh, I thought we'd end at L and oh no,
But
please
like
just
the thing
stop.
is like
Oh,
we
God.
never discussed. Like the thing is like I thought we had all assumed that the end was getting to Avarice, not like
right,
not a
which would be
coronation.
fine. Yeah, like I don't mind us getting to Avarice. It feels like we've made it further. Like we've just tacked on more stuff to it. If we wanted to go fight him, but
I disagree.
okay.
But in my opinion, with what I see, I kind of disagree. I think
Okay, great.
without this, next session would have been finding Avarice.
Yeah.
Next session is going to be. It's not going to take long to know where he is, so it kind of like cuts to the chase a little bit.
All right.
Like-
Well, yeah, that would be great.
One thing I will say is, to me, I think that if it would have been if it would have been me in the situation of like Emperor and Brass approaching, I would have said no and just shut him out because he had full, like, he willingly took part in the whole salamander hunt, and he had the intentions of getting the head of salamander, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And to me, it's okay. So you just didn't do what you had intended. So I don't think you should get another chance. Like, at least right now, in the sense of you thought you were so much better. We proved ourselves like this was something that the council had come to, and you had participated in the hunt itself, and you had been abiding by those rules of, you know, whoever gets the head becomes emperor.
Yeah.
And then to throw it out the window, like.
Well, I will say you've made that rule and the council agreed to it, and Brass probably wasn't terribly happy about it. But also, it would have been valid to just be like, nah, we're not going to talk to you, Brass. We're not going to, no. Like, no, this is how it worked out. Go away. And that would have had a set of consequences. And this has an entirely different set of consequences.
Yeah, I think part of it too, and obviously maybe this is the plan, is to have us do it. It kind of feels like we just got put into a, hey guys, you go sit and just go watch the action. It's like, Brass will take care of it from here. It's like, oh, well, if you're gonna fight Avarice Kane, I kind of wanted to fight Avarice Kane. Like,
right.
I guess the other thing is, this now, at least in my head, is before with Solus and Ludwig being like Emperor and then council member or advisor, we had a really good reason to bring in more characters. Whereas if that's not the case, which we don't need to bring in new characters, but I know that like both of you seem pretty excited about it, and also I thought it would have been cool, and that could still happen. I'm just saying that it seemed like a very natural.
Yeah, it's gonna be buck wild what it looks
But,
like when
like,
Brass takes the throne.
I really
and
wish
we're
that we
like,
would have.
"Ooh."
I wish we just would have discussed.
Yeah.
What everyone thought the end of this arc was going to be, and
That's
not
fair.
what we had all assumed the arc was going to be individually.
I think that's on all of us though.
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
think that's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it
Because I
also
think
doesn't
we
help
all
that
very
we-
clearly had different assumptions about how this was going to end.
Well, I think, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. And
I think it also doesn't help that we had like a few long breaks or like a few times where we had to skip a session.
Yeah. I think that kind of.
Especially when it was on the deciding, like we had just gotten done with doing whatever, and it was okay. Now we're supposed to decide like what we're doing. Oh wait, we didn't really
And,
get
like-
a chance to do that.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm a little like I will just say I'm a little bored, and that's like
Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
out of like
well, like we've just had like 3 sessions of doing nothing. Is really what it's been the last 3 sessions. It's been 12 hours of nothing. And like I realize that a lot of people are okay with like some people are okay with like the not really doing anything.
I'm also gonna
That's
say
why
that
I
think
wanted
you-
it to
I'm
go.
gonna say- I'm gonna say I think you have to voice like I think you have to voice that before it's at a point where it's boring. I think that's kind of, at least from what I've seen, that's been the situation with Gino and Sam
Hmm.
now.
Well, they had I don't know. Like
I know.
the
I'm
thing
just
is
saying
like
from,
I'm
from an
okay with like
onlooker,
doing nothing. But like there comes a point where like I certainly got a little impatient with like because I didn't really feel like we could do anything anyways. Like what are we like it took us a week in Eden to get back, right? Like we've been here for a week. And we have a name.
Yeah, I think your point of we want to get it done is like, yeah, I think we needed to talk about what our endpoint was. Because I also kind of was like, okay, we do Avarice Kane, we're done. Like we can take any like political stuff off to little side things, which can be like fun little side like off to the side stuff that has some impact on the story, but isn't the big thing, right? It's not the week to week. But instead, exactly your point is we spent the entire session going, hey, cool, Brass, now you get to go fight Avarice Kane. It's just like,
But like
I think
my
it's
intent like the thing is my intention was always to just to go anyways. Like and I realized that Ludwig is like, no, that's a bad idea.
yes. I think it
But like
complicated
this has
things.
like there's nothing stopping us from really obstructing Brass. Like there's nothing in our contract that says we can't do that. So that's like what I've always
I see where you're coming from. I don't necessarily agree with the full of it in terms of there are extra consequences when you're there. Like I get it. I don't agree, but I think that's like you were saying. I don't think we are going to agree on that one. I guess Dylan. Maybe that's not fair. I'm trying to think of if we fuck around, is this going to be hurt feelings all around? Because that's what Ludwig's concerned about. So if it's going to be a case of I'm being silly and it's like no, there's nothing in the clause, I don't really care that much. Then sure, let's fuck around, let's get it done. But if it's a case of yeah, Brass is going to hold a grudge a mile long, then I mean then it's more of a concern. And maybe I'm just being crazy.
I don't know if I'm supposed to comment at this point.
Yes, sorry. Yes. I guess am I being am I too worried about the extra ramifications or should
Oh.
I kind
I'm-
of just go it's fine?
I I'm not gonna pull a red wedding where like you said something once to offend someone and now we're gonna slaughter the party over it. Like that's not I'm not like that interested in those kinds of ramifications personally. So like there probably would have been a moment where like you get a runner from Brass being like what the fuck and you can choose what to say
Yeah.
back. And like I like what you're thinking. Like it's an interesting like wrinkle, but also it's like not something I'm gonna punish you guys for overly.
Okay, then why don't we go? I'm just being over worried. Probably just a little bit. Old Nathan being too over worried. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it and get it done next thing, and
And
there
I
we
guess
go.
if we were playing Burning Wheel, I'd probably have him hold that grudge a little more, right? But
Brass.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
makes sense.
Playing Pathfinder, it's
Yeah, that's fair. I'm probably
No.
being too politically or too politicky about it.
I guess to
So
me,
that
gonna-
makes sense.
I'm gonna
I guess-
take the opportunity to cut the VOD before it gets to 5 hours. So I'm just letting you guys know I'm gonna hit stop recording.
Yeah.
And then we can carry on.